Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Welcome to the Thursday stream. For any of you who don't know who I am, hello, I am Staney. I am a variety streamer and art streamer. Today, we are going to be starting Shadowrun Hong Kong. So I'm looking forward to that. But first, I'm going to finish my popsicle and we're going to say hello to chat. So hello, Kai. Hello, Rez. Welcome. Hello, Derek. Hello, ForgeBot. Ice Bunny, I'm sorry that you're melting. Gummy Bread, we're gonna do all the crimes. Hello, Jelly. Hello, Cold Rolled Steel. Crispy Biscuit Finger, hello. Ori, Drummer Boy, look at everybody. There is a real popsicle, I didn't lie about it. It is cherry and pineapple, and it's very tasty. Am I going to do the director's commentary version? I'm going to do the version that I have. So let's take a look. What version do I have? Let's see. Love the intro video. Thank you so much. I'm a fan of it too. Cherry and pineapple sounds yummy. It's very good. I went to the dollar store because I had to pick up some essentials. And I was like, you know what? I also want something cold, but ice cream's too expensive. And then they had like regular twin pops, and I'm like, I don't know. There's probably like grape and banana in there or something, like flavors I'm not that into. And then I saw these. Oh no, it's dripping. Ah. And they were cherry pineapple, and I'm like, yes, perfect. It started dripping down my arm. And then I dropped something. Professional stream over here. 30 degrees, that's way too hot. Not the arm. I need my arm. Anyway. Since I need to eat this, let's put some music back on. Before it all melts. So how are y'all doing? I need to pick up the thing I dropped. It's 26 degrees in your house. Oh, that sounds really rough. I do not like the heat. It's pretty comfortable today, but I still wanted a popsicle. Got myself a treat. Bought a whole case of Surge. I've had Surge. Run in the shadows. Hello, Divine. Welcome. I have to finish this popsicle first, and then we'll run in the shadows. I have hobnobs. I still have never had a hobnob. Do you know what people do that have 40 or more degrees C? Usually they have air conditioning. Or they don't go outside, or they get used to it. I guess. Not in Pakistan. No, they get used to it then. I mean, people can acclimate to different temperatures, I guess. $30 per case, it's so much. Just went food shopping and enjoyed the freezer aisle. That's a mood. When I was working in retail years ago, I ended up being tasked with cleaning out the freezer. And man, that was such a mixed blessing. Because on the one hand, it was like 90 degrees outside, which is really warm. But on the other hand, it was like minus 10 in the freezer. So it'd be like, I'd go in there and it'd be refreshing for like a minute, and then I'd be freezing, and then I'd have to run out, and then it'd be nice and warm out, and then I'd get too hot. It was just like, ugh. It's pretty good and the cans are small. Well, that's good at least. Alright, I just gotta bite this thing. It's just dripping everywhere. Hello, Cleric. Welcome. I'm eating a popsicle, so we're having a chat. I don't understand how people dislike freezer work. You've contemplated spending breaks in the freezer on bad days when I worked retail. I've definitely popped into the freezer in the past just to like get away from stuff for a minute. I just didn't like it because I had to be in there for so long, like I would literally be shivering. Lot less custies in the freezer? I don't know what that means. I mean, this is certainly one way to kill time and let people filter in. The only reason I didn't because the boss wouldn't let me take a chair in there. Honestly, stocking stuff in the coolers and in the freezers was pretty chill. A pun not intended, but appreciated. What kind of popsicle is cherry and pineapple, and it's really good. Your body gets strangely warmer in the crazy freezer rooms. Weird. Torture attempts today. Oh, I'm sorry, it's warm there too. Okay. No more dripping. I don't feel all sticky from the syrup, so I think we're good. Hadn't been in Costco for a long time, but I went with my bro one day after picking him up from airport. It was a hot day, so like t-shirt and shorts where the freezer room was like a 15-degree temp difference. I mean, that sounds right. Oh no, that sounds rough, Divine. Oh, I should have this on while I'm playing music. Which is too little too late because I'm about to turn it down and load up Shadowrun. Okay, so the one that I have is Shadowrun Hong Kong Extended Edition. I don't know what that means, and I've never played it. I've played Shadowrun Returns, and obviously I have played the tabletop role-playing game. That's about it. So we're gonna check it out together. I'm working, and my head perked up. You said Costco, and I heard Costco! For those of you who don't know, Kai is in my Saturday game of Republic City by Night and plays Casca. It was just before a cross section. That sounds dangerous. Did you get these from the GOG discount? I did not. They were a gift from somebody. Means there's more Hong Kong, maybe. I used to be a furnace back in the day. I could work in a freezer, no problem. Used to live in Alaska for crying out loud. Now I'm an old man. Bring me a blanket, please. Oh, cool. Costco's like a big, ooh. Sorry, that's a bit loud. Okay, this should be a little bit more reasonable. Sorry about that. Oh, hey, you're saying the game is super loud, just FYI. Thanks. You want a can of beans? Go to the store. You want industrial beans? Go to Costco. You can get like 1,000,000 beans at once. Yeah, there we go. That's a good explanation. All right. I have commentary. Oh, okay, cool. So I'm guessing the bonus is the thing you can play. Yeah, the weeks following the events of the main campaign. Cool. All right. I'm gonna do normal. I don't see any reason why not to. And I didn't turn it on. I mean, I don't know that I want commentary on my first playthrough. I don't know. If I want, I don't think I want to play, Friend Zone again. I think I want to play a different character. Maybe it'll be a cool orc lady. Orc lady again? What do you mean? Oh, because I have a half orc. Well, I mean, we have human, we have elf. My last Shadowrun character was an elf, I'm pretty sure. We have dwarf. Oh, you know, I should look at their stats first. Because I'm thinking either rigger or decker. So I need either intelligence or intelligence, and everyone has equal chance for intelligence, though we look at their maximum stats. Looks like it should probably be either a human, an elf, or a dwarf. Maybe another elf. They updated the orc, troll, and dwarf models for this one too. Yeah, unfortunately, trolls max out at 6 intelligence, orcs at 8, which is only 1 less than everybody else. But still. A troll doesn't really work for the character I want to play, though, unfortunately. So you either want to be a decker or a rigger. Let's be a rigger. Why are you sighing, cleric? Trolls are the only people that can't get everything skill related for int. Orcs are just high enough. Karen? What? Maybe I'll base it on... Ooh, I like her character portrait a lot. I like either this lady or this lady. Maybe I'll just base it on character portraits. So many cool goggles. I know. Oh, did the Steam Summer Sale start? I'll have to take a look at that at some point. Ooh, she's cool. Though her dreads are way shorter in this, which is disappointing. Oh, I love her teeth. Elves get the most conversation options, by the way. Green hair lady? I'm probably going to go with green hair lady. Oh, look at her. Look at her one, like, blue eye. Why does she not have her hijab, though? I love that look also. I always want to know the weird responses. Like this square goggle elf lady? Oh, I like her. I think I'm gonna go with her. She looks so rad. I love her pink eyes and her green hair. I love her pink goggles. Can I make it a darker green? No, I can't. Interesting. They did a lot of extra portraits for backers. Oh, that's cool. So if I went with nothing, then I could... Oh, I still can't change anything here. Oh! Oh! I wish they had darker green. This just doesn't feel accurate. I could go with that, but that also doesn't feel accurate. Can you get a green skin elf? Doesn't look like. Looks like they only have like human skin tones. I think I'll just go with what the game presented. We'll just go with that. Karma represents your experience, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, I'm gonna need intelligence. Oh. It gives me intelligence skills. Okay. So this is gonna cost 4 karma. This is gonna cost 5 karma. Alright, let's drop that for now. You have these games too, but since I never played this series, the first combats were unexpectedly difficult to say the very least. Yeah, I wish that, like, there were more options so I could darken her hair or something. But, eh. Deal with it. Okay, so I have drone control. Increasing the skill allows the rigger to access more advanced drones, and it grants the ability to equip 2 drones at once? Oh, I can also get decking. Do I care about decking as a rigger? Probably not. I can just get a decker if I need one. Alright, let's look at other stuff. So I'm probably going to be doing mostly like ranged combat stuff. Yeah, you can make super ugly characters in Oblivion. It was really difficult to make someone who wasn't ugly. I like the idea of a rifle. I think that's what I did on my shaman. Stuff in Skyrim drove me nuts too, like the fact that the beard and head hair would be different colors. I mean, that can happen in real life, though. But I agree with you on the eyebrow thing. Rifle, probably not shotgun, because I probably won't want to be in, like, close combat, even though shotguns are great. Pistols are also pretty good. You can do a rifle, though. Oh, interesting. Even though I could still do some spirit summoning. I'm not going to. Because I'm a drone lady. But I like that I have the option. Shadowrun's its own system, yeah. And it was my first RPG. So increasing my willpower would just increase my resistance to magic attacks. Oh, etiquette. Knowing how to behave in various social situations, right etiquette can give you an edge in certain conversations. Choose an etiquette from the list below. Choosing an etiquette does not cost karma, and each etiquette can only be chosen once. I'm leaning towards academic or corporate. I like the idea that maybe she was, like she's ex-corporate turned Shadowrunner. Seems like that could be cool. Only played the first one? Yes, I've only played Shadowrun Returns, and I've played the actual RPG. Like the tabletop role-playing game. Oh, after returns, they had a pre-existing party set up for you to pick from, rather than hiring other runners system. Oh, I did not know that. Well then, we're gonna see what this is about. Even though it's gonna be less useful, let's do academic. Oh, I gotta name her. Shoot. Okay, so she makes drones. I need to figure out a cool street name for her. There's 3 you always get and then 2 extras that are redacted. You can still hire other runners if you want, but your pre-existing party doesn't require you to pay them. Okay. Well, not having to pay people is always good. I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay. Let me think. Naming is always like the hardest thing. And there's like no random name button, which is the worst. I fill it in as if it were a nickname. I like coming up with slightly punny names. So like in the last time we played this, we were playing Friend Zone, who was a summoner shaman. So because she summoned friends, so she was Friend Zone. So I want to do something kind of like that. He's a pun on Cat Lady with drones. Buzz Lightyear. My immediate because it'd be fun to put points in charisma and then call her like chatbot. Like something like that's what I'm going for. Love it. We might just call her chatbot. I will still be thinking of a last name, so if y'all have any suggestions in chat, feel free. I was also thinking Twitchbot. Always had a default character throughout all the Shadowrun games. What did you play? Queen or bee also works because of all your drones. I love that. Especially because her portrait looks kind of haughty with her head kind of tilted up looking down at you. I love it. Richland. Derek. An elf decker named Matt Black. Queen Bee. It's perfect. I love it. I'm just going to steal the name of my, or at least the last name from my current character that I'm playing in Scum and Villainy. Her name is Hannah Amari, or Hannah Amari, rather. So I'm just going to steal that. And now we're going to be playing Rin Amari, maybe one of her ancestors. Beyonce! If you want the canon last name, you could use Woo. Ooh, you know what? I kind of like that. I feel like her name should be longer then. Rin Ghost Star. Derek, boo. Ring toss, boo. Hmm. So, Wu is a Chinese surname, right? So maybe we should give her a Chinese name? I means love in Chinese. I Wu though? Maybe. Yeah, maybe we'll go with that. I like the way it sounds together. And it's also an artificial intelligence. All right, you sold me. I go in too far into names when I make names for characters. Rin is Japanese, but one of the kanji used to write it is also phosphorus, which is pretty rigor. I just don't like Rin Wu. It doesn't sound good to me, but I Wu sounds better. I mean, we're never going to use this name. It doesn't matter. Man, it's so short though, but we'll just go with it. A Harebrained Schemes production.
You have one new message.
Hong Kong Free Enterprise Zone.
Hi, it's Raymond. I hope I have the right number.
Why are you so quiet?
I know we haven't spoken in a while, but I need your help. Remember the day I took you and Duncan off the streets? I told you that the past is just a story, that if you can just accept that, your past loses all power over you. Yeah. I was wrong. I'm on my way to Hong Kong now, to finish something I should have faced a long time ago. And I need you with me. I know we're not blood, and we didn't leave things in a good place, but you and Duncan are the only real family I have. Please, if our past means anything to you, meet me in Hong Kong right away. I'll explain more when you get here. I'm begging you.
Oof. Aiwu means love house. Perfect. Dad's in trouble. I mean, Dad might be dead. I'm gonna see if we're missing subtitles or if there just weren't any for that section. Plumhouse. Love House also works for Queen Bee. There's no double E at the end. It's just Queen B. Can we have some bees in chat for Queen Bee, though? Raymond Black. The old man gave you a home once. Took you and Duncan off the gang-ridden streets of the Barrens. Sheltered, educated, slapped some sense into you both. Until you almost resembled productive members of society. And then you took off, left it all behind. Landed behind bars for a time, tried to start a new life after that. It's been 8 years since you've heard Raymond's voice until out of the blue you got this cryptic message, a plea for help. Meet me in Hong Kong right away. And wire to your account enough Nguyen to pay for the flight and then some. The descent is rough. A squall comes out of nowhere, sending a solid sheet of rain punching into the suborbital transport. With a ragged shudder, the plane finally skids to a halt at the edge of the Cheklapkok tarmac. An hour and an interminable number of emotional security checkpoints later, you hail a water taxi to Victoria Harbor. Hong Kong looms ahead, pulsing with energy. Look at all these cute bees. You step from the churning of the water taxi to the ponderous rocking of the docks, your stomach lurching at the transition. As soon as you're clear, the captain nods once and steers the small craft back into the harbor. The man never said a word, just handed you a worn brown duffel bag when you stepped on board and filled it with gear. Some stiff, new body armor and a note. Better safe than sorry, D. Above, smug, thick clouds hang low in the sky, reflecting the lights of the city in a nauseating swirl. The wind changes direction more than once, creating a heady stew of aromas: diesel, sea salt, street food, and filth. It's all you can do to keep your in-flight meal where it belongs. Other fun would be Fei Hua Pingyu, trash friend. If we can name our drones, y'all can help me come up with great names. Two figures stand waiting in the dim light of the pier. The first is an orc, lean, with in-your-face muscles and a jaw made to break fists. The second is an elf, one hand resting casually against her hip. Raymond Black is nowhere to be seen. I've never played a rigger. I have no idea if you can. I really hope so. I want to name all of my drones the best names, and I hope I can. All right. Duncan Wu. Is he our actual brother, then? All right. Gotta give him an accent. You know, he's gonna be a bit New York. Well, don't you look like shit. Duncan Wu, closest thing you have to a brother. You haven't seen the man in 8 years. Still as charming as ever. He grins. Gray's not really your color. I don't go with that nice new armor I got you. As you open your mouth to respond, something shifts alarmingly in your stomach. A liquid burbling sensation. Oh no. Let's try to tough it out. Don't know what you're talking about. Must be the harbor lights messing with you. Or are you commenting on my hair or something? Oh, we did it. Whew. And also, screw you, Duncan. Green is totally our color. Did you even look at our hair? Come on. Forget about it. Bee name Mang Mi Fen. Busy bee. Cute. Must be. Guess you still got some of your fortitude at least. He laughs. Considering how much synthol we used to put down, I'd be surprised you couldn't handle a little chop. Anyway, we gotta go find Raymond. Where is the old man? Never showed up. He still got that same baritone rasp. It's definitely what I've given him. Had it since he was 12. Wu developed early. New clue where he might be? No. Wu rubs his head. But I just checked in with the local PD and morgue. If he's dead, his body hasn't turned up yet. That's a good sign, I guess. Bee name Mi Tang Jing. Honey trap. Cute. You worried? Yeah, I'm worried. Wu rubs his head. He's an old man, and he's out there alone somewheres. Okay, now I'm worried. I think you should be. The orc bows his head. His voice sounds far away. He's not the same, Raymond hasn't been himself in a long time. How so? He's been restless, staying in his study, inside his own head a lot. And he barely sleeps anymore. I've been worried about him. I haven't figured out what to do about it. He looks at you and shrugs. And I didn't have a sister to turn to. Hell, I wasn't too sure you was even still alive till Raymond managed to track down your number. The woman standing beside him breaks in. We should get going, Duncan. Head back to the meeting point in case your dad shows up. Copy that, Sarge. They're wearing Lone Star body armor. Looks like Duncan Lute's got private police. Sarge? The woman taps her chest with an armored finger. Carter, Seattle Lone Star. I'm Duncan's partner. And superior officer. She grins. Duncan, it's fine. It's not like he's going to get gunned down in a tea house by some guy in a weird mask. That would be ridiculous. Why would you even think that? She grins. I let him carry my coffee for me sometimes, write my parking tickets. That kind of thing. I figured I could use some backup. Didn't know what raid got himself into. Wasn't sure you were going to show up. It's a tossed off remark, but there's an undercurrent of resentment in it. Well, surprise. Here I am. Yeah, well, I wasn't so sure, you know? He shakes his head. Hey, look, I'm glad you're here, seriously, but I'm gonna need some time to get used to having you back around. It's been a while since I heard from you, you know what I mean? Memories of sleepless nights and lockup flash by, wondering if you'd ever see Duncan or Raymond again. Wondering if you even wanted to. And then, stepping out into the daylight, suddenly free, the fallout of some obscure corporate restructuring, a few $100 million worth of apology from your former jailers, and a decision to start a new life. To leave the past behind. All of it. Until now. Yeah, we'll talk about it later, okay? Who stares at you, his goggles reflecting the harbor lights. Yeah, okay. He scans the waterfront, frowning. Let's just find Raymond. He was supposed to meet us in the plaza on the other side of the pier. The sooner we find him, the sooner you can all have a big, happy family reunion over dinner. Carter grins. And the sooner I can find a place to get a drink around here. Damn right. Ahead of you, Hong Kong rises serpent-like from the sea. Government and megacorp coiled together, writhing in their basket of institutionalized corruption. No one can tell where the snake's body ends and its tail begins. That's what Raymond used to say. Duncan turns and starts down the pier. Carter follows. All right. Yeah, I may have stumbled over my words there slightly. It's all good. All right. Fresh construction is expanding the harbor out into the water. Corporate interests can afford to create new streets. Is this one of my drones or is this somebody else's? Doberman Mark II. Who are you? Hold on. Can I rename you? I can't. Ah. That's the worst. Her name should be Wendy Wu or something. Yeah, should be, but it's not. The guard shack at the end of the pier is dark and empty. Duncan gives the gate a push, but it doesn't budge. Huh. Well, that was open earlier. Duncan frowns. Looks pretty solid. Guess we'll have to find another way to reach the plaza. Guess so. Strange that there's no one here, though, isn't it? Carter shrugs. Who knows? It's Hong Kong. Not exactly sure how things work around here. Come on, rookie. We can cut through the construction site. I hate it when you call me that. Right then. I guess that's this way? Or this way? No, it's gotta be over here. This is locked. Oh! Seems like the rebel of the family doesn't look like the type who'd want the same kind of name. I take it back. They don't really get along right now, do they? Some Chinese take a Western name when going abroad, but we're within Hong Kong and the name isn't even hard. True. The gate is locked, but the nearby control panel appears accessible. Carter pulls it open with a metallic screech that pierces your skull, sending a new wave of pain down into your churning stomach. She examines the control panel for a moment, then throws Wu a backward glance. Looks like there's another way off the docks on the other side of this gate. I think I can bypass the lock. I mean, let me take a crack at that. Carter steps aside to let you get to the panel. Enjoy. This is a civilian area and security is light. You bypass the door circuit with ease. The gate rattles open. Starbucks Woo. Uh-oh. Shouting in Cantonese. More Cantonese, too quick to catch. One surprisingly difficult name is Si? Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. It's 2056. They're lucky their name isn't a corporate sponsorship. The group on the docks was fishing a package out of the speedboat when you surprised them. Now the package is at the bottom of the bay. The speedboat is disappearing into the distance. They close on you, red-faced and yelling. The light of the harbor glints off their weapons as they approach. The leader shouts something in Cantonese, but it's too fast to make out. You're rusty. It's been years since Raymond's house and the language lessons that wouldn't end. The old man never spoke anything but his native language at home. Wu speaks with authority, his Cantonese as solid as ever. He never let it drop. You guys doing some late night fishing? The smuggler smiles. Oh yeah, we're fishing for assholes. Wu points at their weapons. You're gonna need some better bait. All you're gonna catch with that is trouble. So I can either whisper to Duncan, try out my Cantonese, or shout in Cantonese. I mean, with those kind of puns, he's gonna fit in here just fine. I feel like identifying as Lone Star is not my place. So I think I'm gonna just try out my Cantonese. We're just passing through. Why don't you put the guns away? Their spokesman laughs, looks at his crew. Hey, you talk good Cantonese, baby. Real authentic. He keeps laughing. Actually, you just told me you're gonna crap a gun. Wu flashes his badge. Lone Star, put the guns down. Call him a dog fart? The smuggler squints at Wu's badge and smiles at his friends. Never seen a badge like that before. Either it's fake or you're some kind of security guard. He grasps his rifle. Either way, this ends the same. I think he's done talking. Oh wow, it got really windy outside all of a sudden. I guess we might have a storm rolling in, so fair warning to y'all. If I disappear, I might have had my power or internet cut from storms. You are now in turn-based combat mode. Each character on your team has an action pool. Spend these actions on movement, attacks, or using spells or items. Once your team's turn is complete, the enemy team will move and attack. Additional tutorial information is available in the reference guide, which can be accessed in the upper right corner of your PDA menu. Okay. I do have a weapon. Okay, that's good at least. So I should probably get to some cover. Ooh, Carter's a mage? She's a corp mage? I'm into it. My drone is in the plus shape menu on the bottom right if I want to turn it on. Okay. I will have to do that on my next turn. Hydrate, I will. Hey, Mata. Oh, geez. These guys are kind of messing with us. All right, so... Hold on. The plus shape menu, the bottom right. Oh, this one? So now he's deployed and can attack. Oh, you missed! Boo! Aimed shot, huh? But I think it takes 3 points, so I won't be able to do that. Again, I think I'm just gonna shoot the mage and hope for the best. Alright, Duncan. What you got going on? How's your punching? Doesn't seem as good as your shooting. There you go. Shoot you in the face. Let's do it again. Shoot you in the face. Let's see. Nice. Does the drone cast fireball? I don't think so. The drone can shoot or repair itself. Let's see. If I move it here, it should have a clean shot on this guy. Yeah. Oh, that was all my action? Well. Gotcha. Yeah, Carter's doing a lot of work. Do you think those guys were triad? Not sure. Didn't recognize the tattoos. Good job, team. I need to go over there. How do I do that? From here? No. Oh, through here. Okay. Takes one of your actions to properly control it. Otherwise, it doesn't really do what you want. Yep. That's what I figured. I just forgot that movement required actions as well. The nice thing about drones is that if they get shot, it's not your hide that bleeds. Exactly. That's why I like summons and drones. Another gate panel. This one's been vandalized and busted up good. A real nightmare of a repair job. Wu stares at the fence, considering loops and whirls of razor wire glitter in the lamplight. Looks edged with monofilament. Corporations here don't screw around. Why don't we just cut ourselves an opening? She shakes her head. Even if you could, it'd snap back on you. Ever see a high-tension wire whip through a human body? You don't want to. Summons are full of magic and drones are full of oil. It ain't my blood, so it's good with me. There you go. Looks like you can pick up a chest. Oh, hi, by the way. Hello, D Green Pete. Welcome. Unless you want more fighting practice, I'd avoid the next fight. Well, I'm just gonna play. We're gonna see what happens. Duncan nods his agreement. We aren't touching it. How about it, Carter? Think you can get the gate open? She winks at him. What do you think? She eyeballs the job. It'll take me a few minutes, though. Frowning, she leans in to get a closer look at the mangled fuse box. A few seconds later, she starts pulling wires and yanking fuses, a look of intense concentration on her face. I will have to go look for that chest once we're out of this dialogue, if I can. Anyway, I feel like Queen Bee would be impressed by this. She's competent. In Cantonese, aye. He sounds like Raymond when he does that. In Cantonese, she's competent. I know. She runs the riot squad I'm assigned to. He continues in Cantonese. We speak only Cantonese from now on. Just like we did when we lived at Raymond's. Those endless drills are about to pay off. It's coming back. It won't be a problem. He nods once, satisfied, then turns his back and scans the horizon. At least you can still handle yourself in a fight. I was going to, did you doubt it? But no, I'm not going to. Obviously he did. So you're a Lone Star now, huh? His back is still to you. That's right. Cantonese is very different from Mandarin dialect. That's what I've heard. Aren't you wondering what I've been up to for the last 8 years? Still giving you his back. Nope. The silence between you gets louder, heavier. Then it's broken by a sudden wailing screech. Wu's hand goes to his holster. The screech is replaced by the sound of grinding wheels. Glancing over to the console, you see Carter grinning back at you. Got it. Okay. So there's a chest somewhere? I don't see one. Oh, this. I totally missed that. Ooh. An illegal street drug made from the leaked kamikaze formula. I mean, even if I don't use it, I could sell it. Crimes! Okay. The light from the nearby vendor stall stabs into your eyes, triggering a throbbing ache in the back of your skull. You stop short, squinting as rough voices drift in on the wind. Where's everyone else? Where's the damned shipment? Haven't seen him yet. We just got here. Longway's probably waiting for us, so we can haul it off the boat for him. That lazy bastard. Let's just hang out here, let him find us. Looks like we're on a stroll through Smuggler Central. Carter keeps her voice low. These gangers don't know we're here. We could probably just slip past. Or we could clip them. Already looking for us. Might be easier to take them out now while we've got the element of surprise on our side. While unaware hostiles on the screen, press the unholster button to enter turn-based combat to ambush them. Or we could just, you know, avoid them. I don't know where we were supposed to be going. Maybe through there. But anyway. That didn't work. Ow! That's my body! That's my body! I don't think I'm close enough to do that. Okay, I can't get anybody with that. So I need to move. Okay, let's say I go here. Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Well, that was a problem. You left it, I believe, not picked it up. I'm pretty sure I said take it. Worst case, I can always go back for it. Maybe, if it's still there. Doop, 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 doop. Pew! Oh, come on! How do you miss that? Oh, she still got one more point? Yeah, do it again! Man, they really hate her. Hi. Hi. I died, I think. I don't know how to not die. I have to restart the whole level now. It's never been an issue before. I never died in the previous game. So I don't know how to not die. First death? It is. Hopefully it'll be my only one. Alright. Items or spells generally. I clicked on Carter's heal and it didn't seem like it did anything. But maybe I just don't understand how it works yet. Maybe it only works when someone's down. Line of sight issue? Okay. Most of the time spells reverse the last instance of damage you took. Yeah, I'm aware of that. It just didn't seem to do anything when I clicked on it, so I guess it might have been a line of sight issue. Figure this time, since I know the fight's coming, I'll run into cover first. Okay. Let's turn you on. Hey, PR Cargill, thank you so much for raiding. Hello and welcome, raiders. Hello, the Invulnerable Tide. Hello, GTF. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, Syncard. How dare you crit my bot? I'm so unhappy with you. Anyway, oops, that's not what I meant to do. Shit. I was trying to click on Carter so I could monoball these fools. How's Hong Kong treating you? It killed me once and I had to do this over, so now it's super great. I keep doing the wrong things. It's fine. Maybe now that he's in the open, No wound to heal. I guess because she died? There we go. That's how you soak damage. Hey, Ooples! Come on, Queen Bee, take him out! Dang it. Come on, Doberman, take him out! Come on, Doberman, take him out! Everyone's missing. Come on, Duncan, take him out. Jeez. Hey, Islanders Caper. What kind of rigger am I? I don't know. I will hydrate. Thank you for the reminder. So far, just a regular one? I'm an elf rigger. I went to school for it. And you can see like all of my stats here and stuff. Also, I look very cool. You don't get to specialize like in the PnP. You just buy the newest stuff and it's the best. Is Sliv here? I haven't seen Sliv yet today. Oh, I did hit the leave button. There we go. Alright. Since I've done this before, I'm just skipping all of this. So once I get to this point and it tells me, hey, I can sneak by, then I'll save it. So we don't have to do that section again. There we go. Gain some karma for avoiding some enemies I don't need to fight. Was the schooling very rigorous? Thought maybe elf friggers and fence friggers were similar. We're a rigger. We're an elf rigger. Oh. Someone left some Nuyen on the ground. Well, I'll just take that. Our brother is a cop. His sergeant is MVP and sassy, and they want us to speak Cantonese. Yeah, that's basically what the story so far. And we're looking for our dad. Also, the running animations are real bad. Crossing the street, you can make out 4 shadowy figures loitering in the plaza ahead. Troll, orc, dwarf, elf. 2 men, 2 women. They're different from the smugglers on the dock. Alert, poised, professional. You can see they've made a token attempt to conceal their weapons. The unspoken message is clear. We're strapped. Mind your manners. Wu stands up tall, takes that amused tone he gets whenever he's standing toe-to-toe with someone bigger, someone who doesn't know they're about to go down. Evening, folks. You got permits for those bazookas? The thick troll puts his mouth into a comic frown. Permits? Give me minute. He makes a show of patting his pockets. Nope. Guess not. I must have dropped mine in dumpster, along with last idiot who stepped to us. Wu coolly surveys the scene, nods in a friendly fashion. Is that right? Well then. You can almost feel Wu's cop training kick in. It's like watching a drone execute a command routine. I love that! Is that because I'm a rigger? I hope that's because I'm a rigger. If so, that's great flavor. He reaches for his rifle, brings it up quick, but it's too late. By the time it hits shoulder level, an assortment of nasty-looking ordnance is already trained on his head. The game's very good about that. Yay! Carter backs him up. She whips her arms forward, fists blazing with magical fire. Her eyes sweep the scene, darting from one figure to another. All right, everyone just be cool. The thick troll's voice is casual, amused. He shakes his gun in Wu's face. A little late for that, isn't it? You know what? I don't need to escalate this. Hold your hands, palms out. How about no one does anything stupid? We just wanted to talk. The thick troll smiles big. Oh, I can see that. Your buddies are totally chill. Something we can do for you, officer. Wu's jaw tightens, but his tone stays cool and controlled. I'm looking for an old man, Raymond Black. We're supposed to meet him here. You know him? The troll nods his enormous head. Mm-hmm. Wu's voice gets an edge. You can see a vein in his temple starting to pulse. Where is he? Your etiquette and backgrounds actually change text other than just being unlocked? That's awesome! Carter sees it too, keeps her voice neutral. Easy, Duncan. The troll maintains amused eye contact, but his weapon stays trained on Wu. It is right. Easy, Duncan. Your friend Raymond never showed. We've been waiting for the better part of an hour. Think everyone can put their guns down? His voice is steady, but it's clear he's coiled. I don't think so. Not till I get some answers. Like, he mutters through gritted teeth. Like why a group... Oh, wrong accents. So sorry, Duncan. Like why a group of heavily armed assholes are meeting on a little old man at a construction site at midnight. The orc girl chimes in. Her tone is light. She's trying to defuse the situation. We do odd jobs. For money. Wu speaks softly, but you know that he means he's reaching the end of his rope. He cracks his neck. Pop, pop. What kind of jobs? She gets a wry look in her eye. Her answer's flippant. Odd jobs. This and that. She cute. I like her. What did he want with you? The troll's yellow-brown tusks shift into a smile again. You needed friends, the heavily armed kind. The old man hired us to take you all on a little excursion. Wu's brow furrows. Hired ya. He takes a moment, looks them over. They're an odd assortment, a cybered-up troll and orc girl with magical fetishes. She's the shaman you like, I guess. A dwarf with a cyber deck slung on his back, and a tall man standing behind them, inscrutable, all with guns trained on Wu. Understanding spreads across Wu's face. His jaw tightens. You Shadowrunners. The troll nods. Mm-hmm. Wu's shoulders creep up. His stance tightens. This is bullshit. Raymond would never hire Shadowrunners. The criminals. The troll corrects him. Mercenary operatives. The dwarf cuts in. Her voice is soft but strong. Criminal mercenary operatives. So, yeah, you were right. Your buddy Raymond was associating with a bunch of hardened criminals. The troll tosses Wu a sideways smile while staring down the barrel of his gun. Sorry to burst your bubble, Lone Star. Guess you didn't know the old man as well as you thought, Wu tries to shake it off, but he's struggling to process the information. You can feel the heat coming off of him. The runners sense it too, and they tense up tight. They're keyed on Duncan. Their guns are big. The looks on their faces make it clear. One wrong bead of sweat and Wu's going down in red mist. Carter remains completely still. Her voice is level, moderate. She's done this before. Let's all stay focused. No need for this to get ugly. She speaks quietly to Wu, who listens without turning, his focus squarely on the troll. We need to find Raymond. These are the people who can help us do it. Yeah, he doesn't care about me. So, hey, what were you guys hired to do? The troll has a troll-sized rifle. Of course it's big. But maybe it's even big by troll standards. You can tell the orc girl's had enough of the tension. She blurts it out. The old man wanted us to take him into Kowloon Walled City. She waves a hand at the three of you. You guys too. Two large rats clinging to her hip and shoulder poke their heads out of the folds of her clothing. They fix their beady eyes on you intently. You know the Walled City? Slum, right? I've heard of it. The girl sneers, rolling her eyes. It's a shithole. The worst slum in the Eastern Hemisphere. Memories of growing up in Redmond Barrens flash through your mind. We get it. It's a real bad place. Now, why would a little old man pay you to take him there? The dwarf standing next to her nods and jumps in. Wouldn't say. Mumbled a lot, too. Just kept rambling on and on about how we had to get in. You remember Rat Shaman? She's so good. Yay! Not much of a guessing game what her totem is. Is it a rat? Is it rats? I think it might be rats. Under ordinary circumstances, I would have never accepted the gig. The walled city is the last place I want to go. But the old man rolled up with a truckload of million and you got to eat, right? So far, I like everybody, and I don't want anyone to shoot anybody. Like, just team up with these Shadowrunners. Wu risks a glance at you. His weapon remains trained on the Shadowrunners, but a flicker of uncertainty plays across his face. Interesting story. Seems like a good time to ramp down the threat of violence, don't you think? The troll flashes you a smile that's all tusks and no warmth. Okay, gang, I tell you what. He looks at his team. They slowly start to lower his weapon. We are all going to put our guns down. What just happened? I played a Decker when I played this, so I did exactly 0 interaction with the Decker. No! Hydrate? I guess I will. At least they didn't shoot each other. I was expecting, like, Duncan to lose his shit. Killed your darlings? I liked all of them, except for Elf Boy, because I didn't know anything about him. Alright, I guess I'll go here. Playing a Decker sucks. Would not recommend them. I'm glad that I didn't pick that. I almost did. I was in between a Rigger and a Decker, and then I decided to go Rigger because drones and bee puns. Hi, Chuck! Welcome. You know what? At least my little drone is okay. Oh, by the way, for anyone wondering, our Shadowrunner name is Queen Bee with a capital B. It's just like Queen and then capital B because we have drones. And it's great. I have all the best pun names for my Shadowrunners and I love it. For those of you who weren't here for when I played Shadowrun Returns, we played a shaman and I named her Friend Zone because she summoned friends. I was going to steer you away from it. If you did, you can subclass points in decking really easy as a rigger, but decking doesn't do much on its own. Okay, well, I'm glad that you had my back, Gummy Bread. The sound of high caliber rifle shots hang in the air, and the little red dots of laser sights sweep the area. Carter, the troll, and the silent elf lie dead in widening pools of blood. Their heads broken open like melons dropped from a 4-story building. The orc girl screams from cover. Nightjar! Nightjar, come on, big man, talk to me! Gunshot? No, no! She turns to the dwarf, eyes wide with fear. Oh shit, this isn't good. Might go physical adept when I play this, but I'll see. That could be fun. Maybe if I do another Shadowrun game, I'll do a physical adept. It's vital like a healer in a party in D&D, but it's helpful, not the most important role. I gotcha. And we've already got a Decker, so it's like I don't need to be one. Nightjar, Carter, the elf. Did our mage lady die? Yes, she was doing work for us and now she's dead. A voice blares out from the loudspeaker. This is the police! Lay down your weapons, put your hands behind your head, and come out where we can see you. Oh no, you got a bump on your forehead. I'm sorry. You got rat shaman? It's different, though. I mean, I'm still excited for rat shaman. Don't get me wrong. Duncan, woo! I woo! Come out where we can see you. You have 3 seconds. What? Duncan crouches behind cover, his gaze locked on Carter's corpse. His voice comes out in a hoarse roar. Stand down, damn it! I'm law enforcement! Lone Star! Lone Star! He's driven deeper into cover by a hail of gunfire. The dwarf shakes her head at him. Her voice is flat. Save your breath. They won't listen. Use your eyes! These bastards aren't here to make arrests! A sniper shot hits the wall next to her head, showering her in an explosion of plaster. We need a way out of here, now. Everyone pipe down, just give me a minute! I'd like to use her, Duncan, and someone else in my party. The rat girl stares at the ground intently, as if listening. Then her brow furrows, her eyes go beady, and her nose wrinkles up. She begins to sway back and forth, her lips moving soundlessly. She snaps out of a trance. Okay, I've got a way out. It's at the end of the street. Everyone, come with me. Everyone? We don't need rent-a-cops, Gobbit. Gobbit. Oh, that's such a cute name. We're the only ones. The little orc whips her head towards her friend. Their extra firepower is... I got us an exit, but we gotta get past the heat, and we can't shoot our way out of this on our own. If nothing else, they can soak up a few rounds for us. Thanks. She turns to you, her pupils pinpricks of intensity. Just stick to cover and keep close. There's a door down the street that leads to a back alley. That's our exit point. You fall behind, you get left behind. Alright, where am I going? Is the question. Here. Well, maybe I should save it? The power buttons also use your compass usually? What do you mean? Don't go towards the cops? Oh, I thought that was the exit point. Well, shit. Cyber Addict, thanks for following. I guess maybe we're supposed to go back around. It doesn't look like there's another way to go, though. I don't understand where the game wants me to go. I don't see another way to go. Well, we're probably gonna die. Maybe I should reload. Yeah, there's a cop there. You know what? I'm gonna load. You're misremembering to shoot the cops? Oh. Why do I have so many messages on Discord? Oh, y'all are talking in Scum and Villainy chat. Okay, then. Oh, there's a dude here, too. And these guys here. Yeah, I think I have to go past these guys. Also, your compass as in points where you need to go? Wait, what does? Oh, this thing! Oh, okay. Alright, that's helpful. Thanks for letting me know. So does this like full cover and that's like partial cover? Probably. But I think this guy would still have a shot on me. I could just murder this guy. Get murdered! Okay, hold on. There was a place to summon a spirit. Where was that? Here. A trash spirit? Oh, I don't know if I can do that, though. I'd have to stand there. I definitely want to put her in cover. I don't want to leave cover. They didn't know they put me in the game. Got him. Okay. Got him! Yeah! He'll be okay. Trash Spirit! Come on! Thanks so much for raiding! Hello and welcome! Also, I don't think we ever did a shout out for anybody when Cargill raided, so let me shout you both out. I was so distracted by, like, dying or something. Making sure I'm spelling this correctly. Yeah, 2 L's. That's what I thought. Oh, he did? Okay, great. I missed it. Bought a few friends? Awesome. Welcome. I was very distracted. How are you liking the Banner Saga? Also, what the heck is Pierre? What is Peter playing? I wanted to ask how that was going. I'm scrolling. Scroll. Oh, Final Fantasy V. Cool. We're actually doing crime this time. We are doing crime. There we go. There we are. Okay. Trash Spirit. Yes. She can't really move. So I think I could just go to you. I want you to move up. Yeah, she can't really get to... I guess she could move over here, but I don't really see the point in doing that. So I think she's just gonna stay here for now. You can hack the motorbike if you haven't noticed the interactable. I haven't. Finished part 1. Birthday stream plans can now be made. Nice! When is your birthday stream going to be? I'm guessing that's my chance to hit, and that's not great. Let's see. Might be possible to use the network connection on this police motorcycle to do some damage to their local network. Oh, instead of... Hold on. We're gonna send you to do that with our rigging. Can I... I was gonna say, if I turn this off, could I get more action points? But I don't think that's how it works. We'll just have to wait till next turn. Okay, so I want this guy to take cover over here. Next Wednesday, if everything works out. It's too hard to stream for any real length of time. It's good to finish something quickly. Well, that's good. Mm. I think if she has a better place to go, where she'll have cover. I kind of want to move her over here, I think. Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. It's gonna take too many actions, so she's gonna have to run and put herself into danger, I think. How do I... How? I don't understand. Is she healed now? Did it do it? I don't get it. What? Why? I don't understand! I don't get it! Can you not heal someone if they're like on the ground dying? Then what's the point of healing? I don't get it. I clicked on her. How did I goof? I clicked on her body. I clicked on her portrait. I don't get it. Alright, she's not wounded, apparently. Okay, hold on. Let's read this. So I'm guessing if you're downed, you can't heal a wound. Alright, good to know. There we go. I was like, someone take this guy out. The magic will knit your bullet holes shut, but that doesn't help when your guts are hanging out, I guess. Okay, at least we got some HP back. Alright, it's trash spirit time! Trash friend is best friend. That's right. Everyone fire on Trash Friend. Perfect. Stop missing, though. Thank you. Bye. I missed Trash Friend already. I just don't have a good place to put her. And she only has one move. I guess I can start moving up. There we go. I should have turned off the drone. I keep forgetting to do that. Anyway, let's just get this out of the way. Have you move over here? So you're out of harm's way. Ooh, you know what? You could heal Duncan. Oh, not from there. Can I there we go. Okay, so if I move here. Alright, never mind. I don't think they'll be able to see her, so I think it should still be okay. And she can hide here. She's fast. Okay. So if I turn you off for now, can I not? Well, it looks like I can't. So I'll just have to crouch by here. Oh, can I do that? I can! The police drones will now ignore previous orders and fire on their masters! Oh, he summons things. But you know what? That is, taking some heat off of us, and I'm about it. The drone character, not from Queen Bee's menu. I see. Okay. Well, you know what? I'm okay with this. It would help if I could actually hit these boys. There we go. Got meetings and work to attend to. Loved hanging out with you. Well, thanks for hanging out, Kai. Have a great rest of your day. All right, we should be in the clear to just like GTFO. So Do I hit this button to turn you off? How do I... Okay, cool. And then I should have more action points for our next time. Oh, they're right there. Shoot. Well, she's gonna get shot at a bit. Oh, and they're coming up behind us too. Okay, good. You missed. Great. Get out of here. That's awkward. I think if I go here, it'll be okay though. Did it! Woo! Oh man, rigging's fun so far. Hey Tim, how's it going? The rat shaman guides you from the doorways on the street through an eternity of winding alleys, damp sub-basements, and empty buildings. Stumbling through the refuse and filth, you make your way into the sewers below Victoria Harbor. It reeks down here, but it's quiet. Gobbet stops, sniffs, and wipes her eyes with the back of her wrist. Her rat squeaks softly in the folds of her clothing. Got a lot of sleep last night? Hopefully my last 37-hour day for a while. I hope so. I'm glad you got some sleep. Yay, we're not dead! Hooray, we did it. The dwarf watches her silently for a moment, then moves closer and gently takes her hand. In the dim light of the sewer, you can see they're nearly the same age. No more than 20, 21 tops. What were their names? She keeps her head down and tells it to the floor. The troll you were talking to was Nightjar. He was our friend. The elf was called Gutshot. Kind of an asshole, but I didn't need to see his head splattered everywhere like that. I am playing a rigger. Hey Belden, how's it going? They're just babby Shadowrunners? They are. Unless they've been doing it for a while and they're just very young. Forgot her name was Gobbet. I know, she's so cute. She inhales a cleansing breath. Nightjar was a good guy. Always had our backs. Isabel's and mine. Isabel nods in agreement. Her voice is flat. Rare to find a runner that you can actually trust. She looks to her friend. Are we clear? Gobbet looks back the way you came. I think we've shaken them. She sniffs the air. Yeah, we're clear. Wu begins pacing, his boots splashing in the sewer water, creating echoes down the tunnel. You can feel the tension coming off of him in waves. This is bullshit. I'm done messing around in alleys and sewers. I'm done running from the cops. He pokes a thumb at his chest and spits his anger forth in a raspy growl. For fuck's sake, I am a cop! We noticed. There's a Lone Star Sergeant dead back there, damn it. She was... Wu starts to choke up. He struggles against it, fighting to maintain control. But he needs a minute to recover. He finally manages to pull it together, but he's raw. When he speaks again, his voice is seething and hoarse. I don't know what the hell is going on with the Hong Kong cops, but I am calling in some Lone Star backup from home. I'm gonna get some of my own people down here. Then we're gonna find Raymond and figure out what the hell's going on. The little orc shrugs. Whatever you say, big guy. You have fun with that. She looks over at her friend. They both nod. Iz and I are out of here. Best of luck finding your friend. He's not our friend. He's our foster father. She looks straight at you. Her tone is flat. And he's probably dead. Sorry, but it's the truth. He wasn't listening. You can see on his face that he's already written the orc girl off. He pulls his security-grade PDA from its holster on his left leg, raises it, and starts tapping the buttons with a meaty finger. The Lone Star logo on the back of the device looks shiny and official. He stops, confused, and then taps it again harder. The red flashing image on the PDA reflects in his goggles. What the hell? I'm locked out of the network! He looks up at you. My law enforcement status has been revoked. He goes back to the screen. I don't believe it. They're saying there's an APB out on us, You and me both. I figured as much. You heard them on the loudspeaker. They knew our names. Luke glares at the wall, a storm raging across his face. Fucking hell. He clenches into a fist around... His hand clenches into a fist around his PDA. That makes more sense. This just keeps getting worse. He leans forward as if to punch the wall, his knuckles rapping against it softly, a pantomime of barely constrained rage. Suddenly, he turns and slings his PDA at the far wall. It hits hard, bounces back, and clatters to the ground at his feet. He looks down at it, spent. The orc mouths an okay to herself, eyebrows raised. And on that note, I think it's time for us to say goodbye. Come on, Isabel, let's... She's cut off by a sudden smashing noise as her friend's boot comes crashing down on the PDA at Wu's feet. The dwarf looks down at her work, unsatisfied, and brings her boot down again and again and again until there's nothing left but a snarl of plastic housing, broken glass, and circuit board. She looks up at Wu, her chest heaving, and points at the pile of scrap she's created. Police issued. They can trace you through that. She turns to you, hand out. Yours too. It's on the network. Smash yourself. We bury our own. You crush the PDA to shards under your foot while Isabel looks on blankly. Good. She looks over at Gobbet, sighs, then reaches into her jacket pocket, pulling out 2 new PDAs, then hands them to you and Duncan. Burners, I suppose, is the least we could do. After your help back there. Thanks. Now what? Now, we get out of the sewer and head our separate ways. Right, Iz? Isabel isn't listening. She's staring open-mouthed at her own PDA, its bluish glow illuminating her horrified expression. Gobbet, we gotta go. Right now. Isabel's voice is monotone but emphatic. There we go. Jeez, words. She holds up her PDA to show her friend. They're after us, too. Her screen displays a local newscast. Your own face stares back at you from the upper left corner of the screen. And in breaking news, just under an hour ago, Hong Kong port authorities were involved in a firefight with members of a terrorist cell linked to the mainland city-state of Henan. The battle left 3 terrorists dead, along with an unconfirmed number of Hong Kong police officials. Your image winks out, replaced by a scowling image of Duncan Wu, a mugshot from a long time ago, before Raymond. Our sources report that Seattle natives Duncan Wu and I Wu, along with their Hong Kong-based accomplices, are still at large. They are well armed and should be considered extremely dangerous. 95% sure we're not terrorists? I mean, probably not. Low-res photographs of Gobbet and Isabel pop up on screen, replacing Duncan Wu. The color drains out of Gobbet's face. Oh, shit. Kowloon officials report that the terrorist cell known as the White Star maintains ties to the state of Henan, and it is purported to be receiving weapons and funding from anti-corporate groups of the UCAS city-state of Seattle. Port authorities are standing on high alert as the Hong Kong Police Force's Special Duties Unit has been engaged to deal with the threat. We go live now to Chief Inspector Crate of the Special Duties Unit, who will be making a statement. The last time I tried to mix rigor with shaman, it was not a good idea. Wait, what? But I really like the rigor you'll have in group. I think, what do you mean by it didn't work well? Like, did you try to make a shaman rigor? Or did you have a shaman and a rigor in the group? Behind the newscaster, a video window displays the location of your firefight in Victoria Harbor. The camera pans to Chief Inspector Crate. She is surrounded by a swarm of news reporters, but appears unfazed by the attention. She speaks with supreme confidence. Ooh, what should her accent be? What should her... Yeah, let's make her Southern. I haven't done a Southern voiced character in a while. We have yet to ascertain the motives for tonight's attack, but it was clearly a well-planned and coordinated effort. Crate sounds smooth, more like a corporate mouthpiece than a cop. We have already issued an all-points bulletin, along with a kill or capture order for the 4 remaining terrorists, and I have instructed the Special Duties Unit to make this manhunt a top priority. I cannot do a Hong Kong accent, so I just cycle accents I can do. You can't control a spirit and a bot at the same time. Oh, so it was the same character. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't sound very good. She looks directly into the camera. If you should see one or more of these individuals, do not attempt to engage them. Instead, tap the HKPF flash code at the bottom of the screen. You are on an authorized network to take a picture, and our system will automatically identify them in your data stream. The Decker switches off the newscast and clips her PDA back onto her belt. For a moment, there's no sound but the roar of sewer water rushing through the pipes. Gobbet bends over, hands on her knees, sucking wind. Her rats scurry for a new position. I thought we... Jeez, I'm running out of voices and I'm getting them all mixed up. I have the same problem with German accents as Stany. Makes Dragonfall entertaining to narrate. I mean, I just won't do... If I ever do Dragonfall, no one's having a German accent because I can't do one. So it's fine. I'll just make them Russian and French and British and Southern and Jersey, and it'll be fine. I thought we were fucked before. His voice is eerily calm. No, we are well and truly fucked. Doesn't look good, does it? His mouth tightens. Not at all. He begins stalking back and forth, a panther in a cage. They've labeled us terrorists. There's an APB out on us. I heard this kind of announcement before. I know what comes with it. It doesn't matter if we had nothing to do with whatever city, state. They're gonna hunt us down. It's open season. Tried to sound like Colonel Kling from Hogan's Heroes. I'm not familiar. It's kind of like this, and everyone could have a Hong Kong accent, which makes them slightly less notable for important characters. Yeah, I just go through all the different accents. Just like everyone's going to have a different voice, and it'll be fine. I can still tap Irish and French, and I guess super Valley Girl, though I guess Gobbet's a little bit Valley Girl. I'm old now, very old. I mean, I'm familiar with the show. I just have never seen it before because it's not my thing. Isabel nudges what remains of Wu's PDA with her booted toe. And the two of us will be hunted down right alongside you. In Dragonfall, everyone's German because it's in Germany. Someone's got to have Southern drawl to stand out. There you go. Gobbet wide-eyes the exits, tight as a spring. You can hear Shallow panting as she leans towards one then the other. We gotta go deep. Hit the mainland for a while until we can figure this out. Find a hole to crawl into. Gobbet looks at Isabel, wipes her mouth, and then points at you and Duncan. We gotta get them off the grid too. Like, way off. The dwarf looks up at Duncan, her large eyes narrow. Hey, Lone Star. You've got a security license, right? Means you've got a sin, too. Wu's brow froze. Of course I got a sin. Wouldn't be able to get paid otherwise. Only criminals and lowlifes go sinless. She runs her hands along her cyber deck, thinking. That means you can be traced, both of you. You get spotted by a drone or a security camera, get ID'd by a retinal scanner, or try to use your cred stick or passport. The HKPF will know just where to find you. Well, we do not have Shadowrunner etiquette, but that's fine. I wasn't a Shadowrunner before. I am now. Wu crosses his arms across his chest. I know how a system identification number works, runner. Leave her alone, Duncan. We're all in this together. Gobbet pulls at her dreadlocks. We're just as screwed as you are. Me and Iz, we were listed as your accomplices, and we can't afford for you to get caught. You lead them to us one way or another. DNA samples, things we've told you, astral residue, I don't know, cop shit. The little Decker looks from you to Wu, eyes narrowed, sizing you up. You can see her make a silent decision before she speaks. Her voice is flat, resigned. We need to get your sins burned. Delete you from the record books. All of them. All of them? Whoa, wait a minute. You want us to just erase our identities? Wu rubs a hand across his scalp. Beyond the fact that that's insane. Will that even work? If we burn our sins, go off the grid like that, won't they just redouble their efforts to find us? Condescension seeps its way into Isabel's dry tone. Imagine playing a game of hide and seek with the siren strapped to your head. Wouldn't you rather try hide and hide with the siren? With the siren conspicuously absent. Let's just get it on with. What do we have to do? Gobbet's voice drops. We gotta ask for help. There's only one person we know that has the kind of pull it takes to burn us in and hide us from the cops. Kindly Cheng. Sounds like a restaurant. I don't want to say that. Who's Kindly Cheng? Some kind of super decker? No, Kindly's no decker. She's what's known as a straw sandal, kind of like a middle manager for the Yellow Lotus Syndicate. They're triad. Kindly Cheng controls the illegal activity in our neighborhood. Smuggling, bootlegging, counterfeiting. Middle manager? Is Yellow Lotus a syndicate or a retail outlet? Gobbet leans in, serious as death. Do not get the wrong impression. Kindly Cheng is no bureaucrat. She controls a good-sized portion of Kowloon's underworld. She has soldiers, resources, she is smart, and she is not to be underestimated. Isabel's voice is hollow and flat. Taking favors from a woman in Kindly Cheng is a good way to get yourself into indentured servitude. You don't want to owe favors to a woman like that. Her eyes get big, round. Ideally, you don't want to have to deal with her at all. That was Nightjar's job. Wait a minute, you know this woman. We've only met once or twice. Nightjar was the one who worked with her. Like I said, she's got her fingers in everything, including brokering Shadowrunners for the corpse. Kindly Cheng is our fixer. Gobbet tries to make her voice light, confident. Just stay on her good side. You'll have nothing to worry about. Now, let's get this done before one of you trips the APB and sends all hell on us. I fuck that up. That's fine. All right, then. I don't think there's anything worth getting in here, so let's just not die. Come on, friends. To crime! You scramble up a ladder and through an access way where the sewer system spits you out into the Hong Kong Mass Transit Railway System, the MTR. Crossing the rails, you climb up onto the platform and into the station. Above you is Hioi, where the rat shaman and the little decker plan to plead your case to kindly Cheng, the one woman they know who can help you get underground and off the grid fast, but there'll be a price. Cheng is a triad boss whose favors tend to come with strings attached. The sounds of a waterfront at night leak down from the stairway to the surface. Peering up the steps, you can catch a glimpse of the night sky, overcast and low. The sewers deposit you into a series of mechanical accessways that eventually link to a system of railway tunnels. Gobbet leads you through 5 or 6 magnetically sealed doors and across several sets of electrified tracks until she indicates that you've reached your destination. She holds up her hand, indicating the surrounding platform. Okay, this is the MTR station for Hioi? I don't know if I'm saying that right. I feel like I'm not. Hioi. Once you go up those stairs, you'll be in our neighborhood. Kylie Chang runs her operation out of a mahjong parlor there called Swift Winds. Wu rips off his goggles. There's an APB out on us. How do you expect us to get this Swift Winds place without taking a bullet? Hioi is well known as a protected area. Kindly Chang sees to that. It's a shadow community. Smugglers, hijackers, black marketers. You get the idea. Cops tend to give the place a wide berth. Isabel gives a shallow nod. Her gaze remains planted on the floor. Police cameras don't last long here. Between the smog and the cloud cover, we shouldn't have to worry about drone surveillance either. The HKPF won't find you. Not if you follow our lead. Hioi? I had it? Okay, cool. Thank you. Goblet widens her stance, puts her hands on her hips. Now, here's how this is gonna work. You can't get an audience with Chang. I love how I have, what is she, a queen? Because my name's Queen Bee. I love it. You can't get an audience with Chang until we secure you an invitation. So, me and Iz will go ahead and pay our respects, and then we'll request that she see you politely. An audience? What is she, a queen? Her arms cross and her eyebrows raise high. As far as you're concerned, yeah, she's the queen of Kowloon. Are we a dirty knife here? Yes, we are, Frost Dwarf. Hi. Also, I like that our party is full of metahumans. It's 2056. You can't say that. I shamelessly called my character Twitch chat. I almost did that. I was going to be chatbot. But I like this portrait too much. I went through all the orc portraits and all the elf portraits. I didn't feel like playing a dwarf or a human, and trolls don't really have the int to be a rigger. So I picked the one that you're racist against. Hooray. Gobbet holds up her hand. One more thing. Kylie Chang is dangerous. She's like super dangerous. She may seem friendly, but do not let your guard drop. And whatever you do, do not disrespect her. Got it. She drops her hand, nods to the three of you. That's it. We'll just, like, go on ahead and smooth away. It gives us a few minutes head start. Like, don't talk to anyone. What if a local recognizes from the news broadcast? Are they going to call the cops? Gobbet smirks and shakes her head. No one in Hioi calls the cops. Doing that around here is a quick way to get dead. I get it. You know what? Thanks for the help. She squints at you, confused. We're helping ourselves as much as we're helping you, Seattle. We need your sins burned as badly as you do. And we need to figure out a way out of this shit, or we're all dead. Whoops. Plus, we could use the muscle right now. Her voice turns sheepish. Just saying. She turns away quickly. See you at the Mahjong parlor. The Shadowrunner's footsteps quickly fall away. And then you're alone with Wu. He grunts something unintelligible and begins panther stalking back and forth again. Boot prints of sewer water and muck making his path on the subway platform behind him. Minutes pass. Wu stops his pacing and runs both hands over his face, groaning a sound of anxiety and disgust. It dissipates and he stands there, silently, his hands covering his face and his shoulders shaking with emotion. Then he begins to laugh. It's a laugh that comes from down deep, from a place you fear, from the place where fear and frustration and impotence swirl. Yeah, we were in a sewer for like an hour. We're nasty. But the barrier holds. Wu focuses, taking control of his breathing, and his laughter begins to slow. He becomes himself again. Oh my god, An aftershock of laughter shudders through him. Are you fucking kidding me? What the hell are we doing here? How did we get into this? He drops his hands and turns to you, shaking his hand in disbelief. I think I'm gonna lose it. Bullshit, you're a rock. He exhales hard and nods his head over and over. I'm trying to maintain. Seriously, I am, but... Kata is dead-eye. They fucking ended her. He puts a hand to his forehead. I don't know what I'm gonna do now. Sounds like she was more than just your partner. He turns to you with a blank face. More than just a partner? Of course she was. Then he gets it and his hackles rise. She was my training officer, you idiot. My mentor. It looked like you two were close. Wu waves you off with a gnarled hand. Kata was my partner. She had my back. Do you get how important that is? What it means to lose that? Oh no. I feel like he's rubbing that in our face. Because we had each other's back for a time. When you're out there on the streets, facing down a food riot, you need to know someone's looking out for you. That you're standing next to someone you can depend on. That was Kata. His shoulders slump and he exhales heavily. And she was like my compass or my anchor or some shit. She kept me, I don't know, sane. You like that Duncan has a goggleless portrait? Yeah! There's lots of good details in this game. Sounds like a good woman. Don't patronize me, I'm not patronizing you. I'm just being a compassionate human being. Or equivalent. Meta-human being. He steps back, sucking in a deep breath. Screw it. Whatever she was, I'm throwing her down the memory hole. You know why? He snarls, spits. Because it doesn't matter now. Because we're gonna burn our sins, Jesus Christ, do you get what that means? The moment we do that, we dead. To all the world, we're dead. We're wiped clean. He counts it off on his fingers. Raymond, the house we grew up in, my career, Carter, all gone. No home, no money, no identity, nothing. He waves his hands, brushes it all away. We will be nobody. I'm going to find a way out of this. Just follow my... Ugh. All of these options are terrible. Okay. We were street kids, Duncan. We're used to being nobody. Just chill. Telling him to chill is the worst. I'm going to find a way out of this. Follow my lead like you did in the old days also sucks. And then enough with the drama. Woo. Put on your big boy pants and help me find a way out of this is also shit. There's like no properly compassionate option. I'm not going to tell him to chill, and I'm not going to call him on drama, so I think I have to say on the middle one. Just put on your big work pants. I don't think that's what I would say. And here's the thing. I know how he's going to react like this. Like, we've been gone for 8 years. Don't tell me what to do. You can't fix this. But tell him to chill is bad, and this is also bad. But we're going to say it. I'm going to find a way out of this. Just follow my lead like you did in the old days. You want to bring up the old days? Are you fucking serious? You left the old days behind years ago. His neck cranes forward, his lower jaw thrust out ahead of him. You left me behind. You left me behind. Memories flash bright. Suddenly you're back 8 years ago, on the street outside Raymond's house, just you and Woo, the middle of the night. Alright, let's figure out why our brother hates us. Aw, he's so little. Oh no. You can't just leave like this, What am I gonna say to Raymond? You know how he is? I got something to attend to, Duncan, and it can't wait. That's what you keep saying, but you still won't tell me what's going on. Look at the little teeth. I know he's so little. What is so important that you have to run out now in the middle of the night without telling anybody why? You won't tell Raymond why. He's distraught and you can see it in his face, hear it in his voice. He used to be lost without you. Oh, these are all the truth. Interesting. What is our truth? It's a job that's too good to pass up. We could bring Duncan. Some people mess with me and I don't intend to let them get away with it. You see a guy about a deal. The good kind, the big kind. I feel like we're the kind of person, like, we would go out on a limb for a friend. I've got a friend to bind Duncan. That's all I can say about it. I have to go help. His eyes widen. I thought I knew all your friends. He shakes his head. I don't like this eye. It sounds like... It's like the kind of shit we said we'd leave behind. Look, whatever's going on, I can tell you one thing. Raymond will not approve. I know. Why do you think I'm sneaking out? Be back before the weekend. You remember the look on Duncan's face as you walked away. The events that followed were a blur, one that you don't care to remember. 3 days later, you were behind bars in private corporate prison. No interrogation, no charges, no appeal. Years later, some corporation bought some other corporation, and the new board of directors pushed through some sort of reform agenda, and the higher-ups gave an order, and then you were out with just a few $100 million to your name and one scary-as-hell non-disclosure agreement ensuring your silence. Not that it mattered to you anymore. You were starting fresh, determined, until Raymond tracked you down, left you that voicemail, brought you to Hong Kong, and back together with Duncan Wu. You realize that Wu's been staring at you. Now let's hear it. Where the hell have you been all this time? Why didn't you contact me? At least to tell me you were alive. I wanted to, Duncan, but I was locked up tight. Corporate black site, no communication. No shit. He squints at you, full lie detector mode. Oh, fuck, I had no idea. A range of emotions play across Wu's face. He stares at the ground for some time, before finally looking back up at you with a heavy sigh. Wow. I really don't know how to process that one right now. He shakes his head. I don't know. If we're still alive tomorrow, we can talk more. But this shit is just too much. We're marooned on this island, hunted by the cops. My partner's dead. Raymond's missing. And we're about to go see a crime lord about erasing our goddamn identities. And as a bonus, our only allies are a pair of tiny criminals who would kill us if they could, so they didn't have to deal with this. He rubs his head viciously. Hey, Crunch Troll. Listen, back in the Barrens, whenever I was out of control, you just handled the situation, remember? With Carter gone, I'm just a raw nerve. I'm afraid I'm going to slip back and people are going to start getting hurt again. I got the lead, Duncan, just like I used to. He stares at you hard like he's trying to see something inside of your head. Then he checks his weapon, cocks and locks, back to business. Good. Thanks, Phil. I should make sure I drink a bunch because, man, I can already feel it in my throat. And we've been going for 2.5 hours only. Find a bar and get drunk. Now, let's meet that triad woman and get our damn sins burned. I want to rip off the bandage as fast as I can. Alright, bud. I'm still disappointed that I can't, no sign of cops. But I don't see a mahjong parlor. I'm still disappointed that I can't rename our drone. Also, I have karma. So increasing our body increases our HP, right? Gives me 10. Every point of body hit points increased by 10. So give me 10 more HP. That could be good. I could put a point in charisma and get more etiquette, which would be good for dealing with the crime lord. Yes. Charisma. Took them this long, but you can finally get the melee cyberware implant, so that's good. Let's see. I think I'm just gonna sit on the other two for now. We can kindly convince Chang. Oh, we can convince kindly Chang that you're a smart gangster. I can't afford the body points, so it's fine. Ooh, we're not going to talk to anyone, because we promised, but we will, however, look at everything. Oh, it's an intercom? Never mind. That would involve talking to someone. The insulation on these heavy wires is cracked. They buzz and crackle occasionally as stray drips from the awning strike them. What about your magic? I don't do magic, so I could definitely do cyberware if I wanted to. I'm a rigger, so I don't have any magic. Press the button and stand there silently? Nah. Swiftwind's mahjong parlor filled with the stink of cigarette smoke, the incessant something, clickety-clack of tiles, and probably other things. Come in, we have a lot to talk about. Alright, hello. You can feel every eye in the room on you as you cross the mahjong parlor to the middle-aged woman sitting patiently at its end. The clickety-clack of ivory-colored tiles stops. Hands stray beneath tables into jacket pockets behind backs. The woman has a face of a prison guard and the demeanor of an inmate. Her salt and pepper hair is pulled into an iron-hard bun, and beneath it 2 shining black eyes offer nothing. Buttons sewn on the doll. A nearly empty bottle of something foul rests on the mahjong table. Nestled between a pair of dirty shot glasses, tiny puddles of brown linger at their bottoms. Gobbet and Isabel stand on the other side of the table, heads lowered, shoulders slumped, hands clasped. They risk a frightened glance as you approach. Oh, look at her! She's so cool! Kindly Ching's voice is nasal and rusty mean. Alright, let's give her a nasal voice then. My little pair of fuck-ups here told me about what happened on the docks. She dips a pinky into a shot glass, brings it to her mouth, removes it with a sharp smack. How 2 of my best runners had their heads put out. How you need protection, and how you need to get your identities wiped before you get your heads put out too. Potentially leading the heat to my front door, placing me and everyone in my employ in danger. She fingers the rim of her glass. So wise, so very, very wise. The young shaman's eyes never leave the floor. We're sorry, Auntie. We thought... Her black eyes flash. You mustn't speak until you're spoken to, Gobbet, dear. The smile turns mean. And since you are one short hair away from being dumped into the river chained to Isabel's corpse, I suggest you let your new friends here do the talking for a while. Does that make sense to you, dear? Her treacle voice is back, sweet, nasal, and grinding. Dark circles ring Gobbet's armpits. Yes, Auntie. Chang inclines her head gently. Very good. You learn so quickly. I'm not saying a damn thing, Auntie. She pours another drink. Her cheeks are rosy, already flushed. Now, my darlings, I understand from little rat shit here that you came from Seattle to meet with my client, Mr. Black. Wu's jaw tightens at the word client. But before you could find him, the HKPF started splattering gray matter everywhere, and everything went to shit. And now you need your sins burned so you can disappear before you end up dead, too. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. Very good. Why don't we start with you telling me who you are? Call me Queen Bee. Oh, you've already chosen a street name. How prescient of you. Ching looks at you approvingly. Queen Bee. It's a good name. Has real character. I love this. I love this so much. Oh, man. I love coming up with a good, terrible street name. It's the best. She flutters her eyelashes at you. Now, what's your real name? I mean, do you want me to erase your identities, don't you, dear? I'll need to know who you are first. I'm a rigger. She rests her chin on her hand. My. It's still hard to believe someone can put their mind into a drone. Amazing. And how did you become a rigger? Hi. Picked it up young. Been in the cooler for a few. Wu's brow furrows and he shakes his head. Still can't believe it. Kylie Chang whips her head towards Wu, a nasty retort already on her lips. But then she stops. Sticks out her lower lip as she sizes him up. She turns to her lieutenant standing behind her, nodding her approval. Looks like the gun show is in town. What's your name, gun show? Wu's focus remains straight ahead. I'm Duncan Wu. I'm a cop. Lone Star. I hear there were some fresh corpses found in the docks tonight. Smugglers, I believe. Didn't sound like the Hong Kong police when I heard about it. You're doing, Duncan Wu? Wu's eyes remain fixed on a spot on the wall behind her. He smolders. I identified myself as Lone Star, but they wouldn't stump down. They had weapons. It was self-defense. She puckers her lips at him, her voice sing-song. I don't care, sweet... Oop, why is she picking up his accent? If you're a street samurai, she has a few comments about it, because that is not what the class is referred to as in Hong Kong. Interesting. I don't care, sweetie. They weren't my people. But now I know you're a life taker, Mr. Gunshow. You and your friend here. She begins arranging mahjong tiles on the table in front of her. But now I'm curious. Why were you meeting Raymond Black on the docks tonight? Raymond Black is her foster father. It makes her pause. Chang lifts her bottle of swill and eyes the label, connecting the dots in her own head. Interesting. A look of disgust passes over her face. Sorry, kids. But he was looking like shit when I saw him. Eyes half open, dark circles around them, dragging his feet the whole bit. She tisks in displeasure. Your foster daddy. Why am I picking up Duncan's accent constantly? Your foster daddy was in a bad place. Sounds like he wasn't sleeping. It's a good accent, maybe so. I think it's because it's slightly nasal, so when I get into that nasal space to do Kindly Chang's accent, I just want to slip into it. Could be. From what he said, it sounded like he was having nightmares. He would stop in the middle of a sentence and mutter something to himself. One time it was about the walls breathing or something. Another time it was about teeth. Thousands of teeth. I remember him drinking. Off near the end of our meeting, he looked like he was off somewhere else in his head. He said, I left prosperity in there. And then Nightjar put his hand on Mr. Black's shoulder, asked him why he wanted to go in the walled city so badly, and that seemed to bring him back. When your old man opened his eyes, they were full of tears, and then he muttered something else I couldn't make out. She pours herself another shot and tosses it back and rubs her belly. Your daddy got real interested after a while. What do you think it means? I have no fucking clue. She grabs a long, slim cigar from a pack on the mahjong table and lights it. All right, let's get to it. She exhales smoke and points two fingers at you and Wu. You two, you need your sins burned, and you need them burned fast. Hong Kong dragnets are bad news. When they roll in force. Armored personnel carriers, heavy armor, heavy weapons, sorcerers, the whole damn thing, and they aren't coming to arrest you. She folds her arms across her chest. The thin cigar bobs in her mouth as she speaks. The good news is, I can help you. With a wave of my hand, I can have your sins disappear. But you need to understand, my darlings, is what you're asking for is not that simple of a request. Burning a sin isn't just deleting a number. It's wiping all references to that number from all the world's largest databases. It's masking your mugshot in their facial recognition database so that the first camera you walk past doesn't bring them down on you like a ton of bricks. It's covering your fucking tracks so that the act of burning your sin doesn't lead them right to us. It requires contacts in numerous corporations and the UCAS government. Smoke rolls out of the triad boss's nose. It requires someone like me. Therefore, I need to make a choice. She takes another drag on her cigar and gently places her palm flat on the table. Ooh, both of my etiquettes are applicable. Do I kill you and dispose of your bodies before the cops come looking for you? Or do I help you burn your sins? Okay, so I'm going to look at my etiquette options because those seem like the best ones. So, gang etiquette. If I were you, I'd be more interested in protecting my rep. 2 of your people were just clipped. If you don't do something about it, it's a show of weakness. Or, from what I've read about triads, your first priority should be your reputation. I think I'm going to do gang. Because I feel like, even though we're saying the same thing, and I feel like it probably won't matter. We're putting it in her terms, so I feel like it will come across better. You should always pick the easiest option, Kylie Ching. You should definitely not go out of your... Oh, wait, that means you'll kill us. No, never mind. If I were you, I'd be more interested in protecting my rep. 2 of your people were just clipped. If you don't do something about it, it's a show of weakness. Chang rests her chin on her hand again and smiles at you coldly. So clever. So clever. Her chin stays on her hand, but her eyes look past you, surveying the Yellow Lotus soldiers in the room. Yes, I've been placed in a delicate situation, haven't I? Regardless, that's the situation whether you're alive or you're sucking dirt. She stares at you for a long moment, chin still on hand, thinking. Taps her ash on the floor without taking her eyes off of you. A low, reluctant growl rumbles somewhere deep in her throat. You live. You're clever and I like that. I'll put your sins to the torch. However, I'll need to call in several valuable favors within my network to do it. And those favors do not come cheap. Kindly Chang stubs out her cigar. You will owe me. Whatever you say, Auntie. Don't roll over so easily, my darling. People will think you're an ass kisser and it's unbecoming. I want you to deliver a message for me to a business associate in the walled city. The Yellow Lotus has a strong presence inside. Isabel can tell you about it. Can't you, dear? Isabel grew up in the walled city. Isabel's eyes remain lowered. They collect taxes for the corporations. Extort protection money from shopkeepers. Run drugs, guns, people. They hurt people. We do those things, yes, but to be fair, we also operate the walled city's black market. You might not be alive today if it weren't for the lifeline that we provide. Isabel clams up tight. Chain picks up a mahjong tile and turns it with her fingers. There is a red pole, some sort of enforcer, yes, on the inside. His name is Strangler Bao. Bao's a strong man, a good soldier, but he has forgotten his place and I need you to remind him. How are we supposed to do that? She tosses you a memory stick. This is a message for Bao. You will deliver it to him in my name and then return to me. Remember that Bao's men are my men. By right, they should all be serving me. I would prefer it if you did this quietly without killing them. I have no use for dead soldiers. She turns to Gobbet and Isabel. One of you will go with these 2 Westerners to the walled city. Help them locate Bao and show them the ropes. The other will remain here with me. I have several menial and degrading tasks that need doing around the establishment. No matter who goes and who stays, you both pay for bringing an APB to my doorstep. Yes, Auntie. Yes, Auntie. Now, I'm going to find out who ordered the hit on Nightjar and do some dentistry on him with power tools. She closes her eyes and smiles with pleasure. That boy was my favorite. He sang to me sometimes. His name is like Murderer Pie. I love all the translations. Thank you for that. She opens her eyes again and sneers. That other one, I don't care about. Gunshot was an asshole. Strangler bow. Yeah, but I didn't know what bow meant. She turns away and waves you off with the back of her hand. That will be all, my darlings. Return to me when you are done. So I have to pick someone to go with me, huh? Bow means a lot of things? Okay. So now I have 5 karma. Well, maybe I could put that into body. More HP seems good. If I can't stuff it in my mouth, I don't know the definition. Chinese languages are very homophonic. That's true. I wonder who I should take. I feel like as much as I would like to take the Decker, I feel like I should take the Shaman. Oh, do I not get to pick? Maybe I pick once I leave. I bet I pick once I leave. I'll like go do the job. Maybe let's save it here. Let's see, am I even wearing armor? Not really. Do we have money? We have a little bit of money. Isabel's good because her grenade launcher is pretty loud, but Gobbet is easily one of the best characters. I mean, I know everyone loves Gobbet. Gobbet is the cutest, and that makes her the best. I think we're going to take a break here. Because we've been going for about 3 hours. And it feels like a good time for a break. But we will be back in a couple of minutes. So everyone get up, stretch your legs, and then we'll start doing crimes. Woo, crimes. Use Gobbet every mission I could. She's that useful. I was thinking about going with Gobbet anyway, so. Grenade launcher seems cool, but Gobbet. I'm just saying I can see why y'all like her. So anyway. Have a good break, everybody. Get a drink, stretch your legs, and we'll be back in just a few. And we are back. Hopefully you all had a nice break. Hello, hello. And the way you could have a better character is if you made a shaman yourself and then Goblet's unique level up stuff might edge her out ahead of you anyway. Interesting. I didn't realize she was such an OP shaman. Well, I feel like having a rigger and a shaman seem good, and also she's got heals, so I'm here for it. Alright, let's get back to the game. Why is this happening? Hold on. I put my earphones back in, but they're like twisting around in a weird way and trying to pull out of my ears, which is not helpful. Alright. Just off the docks, you spot a sea-worn man with a smile that's almost too wide for his head. His teeth shine white against the thick black bush of his beard. His clothes are a myriad of colors, patterns, and fabrics, a smattering of cultures draped across his body. If there's anything he's clearly advertising, it's the extent of his travels. You see something you like? His voice is coarse, like steel wool on your eardrums, and I'm not doing that voice because he doesn't have a picture. Come and get it, because now is your last chance. Everything is on sale. Won't find prices like these anywhere, my friend. There's a good balance this game where none of the party members are bad choices to use. That's good. Show me what you're selling. That's all I care about. Well, that rifle would be like all my money. 16L4, let's compare it to that. It would do more damage. He doesn't have armor. I should get a dock wagon trauma kit. In returns, it's you pay for quality, and even some of the are better than others. In Dragonfall, it's just, let's leave it at I hate one of the characters. Okay. Get med kits. Do I need to buy fetishes for her? Or will she come with fetishes? You hate the Decker Rigger? Well, hey, you know what? We're going to be a Decker Rigger, so we don't have to deal with them. You know what? We made the perfect choice. She comes with a few. Don't remember, unfortunately. Alright, well, she's got heals, so we'll just go with this for now. Wait, Duncan doesn't have anything? Why does Duncan have nothing? Well, fine. It's fine. Like, seriously, do I have to buy him shit, or am I just not allowed to give him stuff? I'm confused. Can I see his... Okay, hold on. He has nothing. Why does he have no... It's not showing he should be fine on embark. Okay, I was freaking out. I'm like, do I have to buy him everything? All right, now that we've met with Kylie Chang, we're going to talk to everybody. Ooh, Fred, you look cool. Frederick Kafai? Because you haven't got your team officially yet. Okay. That's close enough, friend. This club is members and invites only. I suggest you move along. Gotcha. The thug taps his earpiece and gestures with his head. Honey Chang said you'd be coming. You can pass. Uh-huh. Alright. Save it here. You can augment their consumables, but they supply their own actual equipment gear. That's what I figured. That's what I remembered from the last game that I played. I just wasn't sure if, like, because he didn't have anything, I was just panicked. When traveling to new mission locations, you'll be able to choose which members of your team to bring and modify the loadout for the run. When members of your team become permanently incapacitated on a mission, they'll be automatically extracted for emergency medical care. They will be patched up and ready for action the next time you return to Hiwa. Jeez, words. Avoid this loss of firepower by always carrying some dock wagon trauma kits into the field. Alright. Clearly we're taking Gobbet. Kowloon Walled City, the most densely populated spot on Earth. Nearly 40,000 people crammed into 7 acres of chaos, poverty, disease, and vice. A self-contained city that collects no taxes and provides no city services. Stagnant water sits in temporary wells. Trash lies piled on roofs for collected burns. Wait, why can't I... Words today. She has 1 level 1 air fetish and a level 2 earth. Okay. I'm going to start over because I keep messing up. Kowloon Walled City, the most densely populated spot on Earth. Nearly 40,000 people crammed into 7 acres of chaos, poverty, disease, and vice. A self-contained city that collects no taxes and provides no city services. Stagnant water sits in temporary wells. Trash lies piled on roofs for controlled burns. Improvised structures lean dangerously over populated areas. It's the ideal breeding ground for all manner of illicit trade. Drugs, gambling, black market trade, metahuman trafficking, and everything in between. The only law is triad law. And now you need to enter this septic system of a city, find a triad enforcer named Strangler Bao, and deliver a message from Kylie Chang. Should be easy. This is supposed to be based off the real Kowloon, but I'm not sure if it's lore changed from the real one. No idea. Well. Don't go down, Duncan. Hey, April, how you feeling today? Foul, oily water rains down on from above, mixes with the filth and offal and swill in the streets, turns it into a flowing slurry of unrecognizable sewage. Lovely. Probably probably not gummy bread because the original Shadowrun was written in like what, the 80s? Was up every 2 hours all night? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. In the distance, the sounds of back alley activity add to the ambiance at your arrival. Breaking glass, the crackling hiss of garbage fires, faint screams of terror punctuated by the occasional gunshot. Sex and business and violence and misery blended into one. Wu winces at the stink, waves a hand in front of his face. Raymond said that prosperity is in the walled city, but I don't see it. Why the hell would he want to set one foot in this place? You got me. As I said, the walled city is the worst slum in the Eastern Hemisphere, maybe in the world. A rat pokes its head out of a fold in her clothing, squeals softly. She reaches up a hand to comfort it. There's something wrong with this place. It isn't just a slum, it feels poisonous somehow. On an astral level. It turns my stomach to even come near it. Nephilim, hello, welcome. Boldo's the real one in 94. Oh, wow. Been on my phone trying to figure out if any of my doctors can help me out. It's so discouraging. I can imagine. I'm guessing no luck so far. I hope that you are able to find something soon. Wu nods in agreement. Okay, you were right. This isn't the Barrens. It feels, I don't know, thicker. He goggles the place. Which way? The Lotus Den. That's what Bao calls his little corner of hell. I don't know where it is offhand, but I have a way of finding things. There's a flurry of motion at her hip, and a second pair of beady eyes appears. A goblin. Jeez. Gobbet shifts her hand from one rat to the other, stroking each in turn. I'm trying to remember. What totem did I end up going with when I played my shaman? I don't remember at all. Or did I even get a totem? I feel like I got a totem, but maybe I didn't. They probably aren't expecting anyone to come in force. We can kick in the door, drop the guards, hand over the message, and get the hell out. Kylie doesn't want them dead. She wants them to remember where their loyalties lie. It's tough to remember much of anything when you've got a bullet in your head. I mean, we could kill them if you really wanted to. Technically, Bao is the only one who has to live, but I'd rather keep Auntie Cheng happy than piss her off again. Gobbet's totem is handled a little differently than regular shamans, but hers is obviously a rat. Yeah, I just don't remember what my totem was in Shadowrun Returns. I don't like that I have no option of like, okay, let's not piss her off. Like, that'll be up to them is the closest I can get. That'll be up to them. If they don't try and kill us, we don't dust them. Got it. Let's get this done. Alright, let's get this done. Dragonfall is your favorite of the three? Played some of the Shadowrun set in Berlin. That's Dragonfall. Haven't played this one. Looks cool. Obviously, I'm enjoying it. I've played Shadowrun Returns and now I'm playing this one. I haven't played Dragonfall yet. A putrid stench emanates from the remains of this building. You see nothing that would cause it. Oh, it's a merchant. Hello. A draggled old woman looks up from her sewing at the sound of your approach. Clothing! Clothing! I have good quality clothing for sale. What's the news here? Anything interesting? Interesting here? No, nothing changes here. Nothing changes. She settles her weight with an audible harumph. Strangler Bao is a very big man now. He is very important, very impatient. You know Bao? I'd love to meet him. Well, he requested a suit, and it took only 1 day longer than expected, and the bastard refused to accept it. You see your friend Bao, you tell him that he still owes me for my time. I don't sew for nothing. You can't eat air. We'll get right on that. She nods sagely. You see that you do. Now, what else do you want? Ever hear anyone say prosperity is in the walled city? She cocks her head like a dog listening to a noise that it can't understand. Prosperity? She sounds it out to herself. I don't know what that means. All right, later, lady. What are you doing? Come over here, help. Uh-oh. A young woman lies on the ground. She's a bloody mess. Streaks and splatters of crimson crisscross her blouse and mat her hair. Judging by the quality of her clothing and the bag on her shoulder, you'd make her out as a student. She's as out of place here as a librarian would be in a game of urban brawl. She struggles to move, but she's clearly exhausted. The dark circles under her eyes tell you that she hasn't slept in days. When the woman sees you heading her way, her face hardens. You see her hand slip into her jacket pocket, but she studies your faces. And then the fear in her eyes gives way to curiosity. What should her voice be? Well, I only have a limited number of accents, so... You guys don't look like you're from around here. A hacking cough shakes her, but her eyes remain fixed on you. You either. Who are you? I'm a student at HQ. She glances around watchfully, over your shoulder, at the buildings looming above her, and to windows nearby, doing some research. Got to finish before I can leave. You look like you haven't slept in days. That is because I haven't. I've been living with a family in one of the inner blocks for the past few months. Working on my thesis. It was bad, but I could handle it. For the past 5 days, though, I've been living on the streets, hiding from the predators. What happened to the family? A pained expression washes over her face. I am not 100% sure. The mother, she worked in a dive bar as a hostess. The father was a handyman. They never really went anywhere, didn't have the money to. I just woke up one day and the whole family was gone. Just gone. I squatted in their place for a while, but then some people started coming around, eyeing the place. I figured I should get out, finish my research as fast as I could, and head back to campus, and then I got sick. Wu grunts. What kind of research would you do in a place like this? My thesis is about Feng Shui in the Sixth World. This was the right place to do it. The only place to do it. Otherwise I wouldn't be here. Still in the data gathering phase, or are you attempting to verify a hypothesis? The student's tired face brightens. Verification. You know much about Feng Shui? Specifically how it applies here in Hong Kong? A little. Why don't you educate me? She nods. As you may know, Feng Shui is one of the 5 arts of Chinese metaphysics. Before the awakening, it was thought of as a philosophy system for harmonizing people with the surrounding environment. Today, in the Sixth World, Feng Shui is more than just a philosophical construct. It's actually a form of magic. The whole thing revolves around Qi, the invisible life energy that binds every person and thing together. It's very real here in Hong Kong. Nobody knows the reason why. Maybe it's only real because people believe it is. The important thing is, it is a measurable, quantifiable phenomenon. She's bleeding, Sankard! There's an entire industry that's grown up around it. This doesn't look like a place where people are harmonized with anything. No, it isn't. Not at all. Feng Shui in the world city is completely screwed. I mean, just look at the place. She gestures at the squalor surrounding you. The cheese all wrong here. You can feel it, right? Don't kink shame saint. I felt that something was wrong the minute I walked in. Bad chi, huh? Yeah. Bad feng shui! Chi needs to flow or it goes sour. Positive feng shui allows that to happen. The woman clears her throat, then lets out a hacking cough. The effort requires a moment for her to recover before she speaks again. You know, I hate to admit it, but I could use some help. I started running an, I guess you'd call it an experiment of sorts. Nothing conclusive, just a few quick trials to support my hypothesis before I go into hardcore data gathering mode. There are only a few things left to do. If you could finish them for me, I could get out of here. She holds out a crumpled piece of paper. Please, follow the notes on this sheet. Duncan takes the paper from her outstretched hand and examines it, frowning. Just say what you need us to do. I need you to make adjustments to the area's feng shui. My notes will tell you how. The goal is to remove the sources of friction and to record the results. My hypothesis is that even a small adjustment can have a measurable impact on the chi flow. If I'm right, it should improve and life here should get a little bit better. You rest. I'll take care of it. Alright. How am I repairing the chi of this gross place? Can I examine the note? Does it tell me where I need to go? Oh, I can probably read this. Nope. Sparkling wires, trinket man, broken water shut-off valve, lower level, and burning tiles past market. Okay. Put up some fairy lights. Also, thank you for the hydration reminder. I'm doing so much reading that it's very helpful. Alright, let's refill my water. It is a lot of reading, it really is. Ow. A lot of reading and a lot of voice acting. Also, I need to put a band-aid on my thumb. I ended up cutting it on a can last night, which is not something I've done in a very long time. And it's just in an awkward place, and I keep having to wash my hands since the band-aid keeps having to come off. I need to put it back on though, because it's bothering me. Yeah. It kind of hurt at the time. Hey, Pix is not a rigger. Okay? Sounds very painful. It's more painful today than it was yesterday. It's just kind of red and sore, so I've been putting... Oh, sirens. Hello, sirens. I've been putting antibiotic on it. Jeez. Sorry. The cops, they found us. Run! I've been putting antibiotic on it to try to keep it from getting infected. They found out we're doing crimes! Unfortunately, I couldn't mute because I was bandaging my thumb. Scoundrels in a Shadowrun archetype. True. That's because the game has different priorities. And those priorities aren't flirt with everyone to get what you want. I had to mute because of more sirens. Though if we played Runners in the Shadows. Eh. The street vendor gestures towards a jumbled pile of tarnished chairs, costume jewelry, and trinkets on a stained flannel blanket. Look at these beauties! Very valuable, very pretty. Show me what you're selling. Oh. No, I'm good. How can you stand this place? It gives you the stink eye. You mean my home? The vendor softens, becomes wistful. In my experience, you can get used to anything regardless of how horrible it is. It just becomes normal after a while. Aren't all Shadowrunners scoundrels by default? I mean, they're a different kind of scoundrel. They're like murder scoundrels. But this place is getting worse, no question about it. Last 20, 30 years, it's been nothing but downhill. Everything goes right here. Maybe you can change that, though, by buying something, eh? Ever heard anyone say prosperity is in the walled city? No, he shakes his head. That is not something that someone would say around here. Alright, we'll see ya. The wires are sparking dangerously just above the doorway. Let's just patch it. A quick patch job with some nearby waste rubber leaves the wires safe once more. Cool. I think that's, yeah, one of the things we needed to repair. Nice. Jeez, more sirens. What the heck happened? I hope everything's okay. Dragonfall and this game are pretty good at making a group not sellouts or narcs. Well, that's good. The market stall has been picked clean. It's only replaced by a pool of dried blood. Oof. Oh, spiritual energy. Gobbet comes up short. She gestures down at a pile of filthy rags on the ground, a man's shirt encrusted with dried blood and grime. Hey, hold up! This cloth has a lot of negative energy coming off of it. I think that there's a spirit bound to it. Interesting. What can you tell me about this spirit? Well, it's a ghost, either that or a spirit of man that thinks it's a ghost. It's hard to be sure. She stares at the cloth, frowning. Whatever it is, it's upset. I can feel its anger and sorrow from here, but that's all I can get from it while it's hiding like this. I could coax it out of the cloth and talk with it if you want. Maybe it'll lead to something. She shrugs. Or it could attack us and rip out our souls. There's no way to tell without trying. Well, they're dead, Jim. I can tell you that. Go ahead and do it, Gobbet. I want to hear what the spirit has to say. Sure thing. Her eyes go beady and her nose crinkles. Just let me try to establish a connection. The air above the bloody rags shimmers. Slowly, something close to a man-shaped coalesces into a being. A soft voice echoes out from deep inside as it begins somewhere else. What is this? The spirit peers at you through eyes as soft and undefined as poached eggs. Where am I? Kowloon, the walled city. His expression changes, moves from lost to found. Still? It raises a hand to examine them, blank eyes sweeping over dead flesh. How? What's the last thing you remember? The last thing. The spirit searches the sky for an answer. There's one of those for the two choices. Isabel obviously can't summon spirits, so you wouldn't get this if she came. True. I was pushed out of my shop hunted through alleys. The spirit's mouth widens in horror. Bao and his men. I wouldn't pay them, wouldn't accept their protection. Proud. I was too proud. A cold light flares from somewhere deep in its throat. They tore me apart, butchered me like a duck. It searches the sky, the ground, tearing at the memories inside itself. As it relives its own death, a network of deep cuts opens in its waxy skin, spattering black ichor to the ground. The cold light within it grows brighter. It pulses up the thing's throat and into its mouth, forcing its jaw to unhinge like a snake's. A burning radiance pours out of the spirit's mouth like vomit, spattering to the ground an ectoplasmic flood of anger and despair. Maybe you can help us. Help? It looks confused. Lost. I can. You can get us past Bao's guards and into the walled city so we can find him. The spirit's eyes roll in its head, and it shudders, struggling to let the passion dissipate. I had a friend. It squeezes its eyes shut as it struggles to remember. A smuggler of animals. He had a space, hidden, secret. Yes, spirit. Tell me about the secret space. An entrance in the sublevels. The spirit clasps its head in its hands. A chute. A door. Red paint and numbers. 5465. 5465. Thank you, spirit. The entity squeezes its eyes shut and turns away. 5465. 5465. 5465. All right then. It was definitely tempting to be like, hey, spirit, you could just murder those guys. But I'm going to try to get through this with as little murder as possible. So I'm guessing those are his thugs. Yeah, we're gonna just avoid this whole section. You can go around them that way. The little wall next to them is their area. Okay. Yeah, I just didn't want to talk to the dude because I figured like I could possibly aggro him. But I also want to make sure I'm not missing anything because there's like the things I need to repair and stuff. So I wasn't sure if I needed to come back here at all to like fix anything. But I don't see anything interactable over here, so I think going back was not what I wanted to do. I can't go over there, so let's double check what the note said. Sparkling wires, trinket man. Already did that. Burning tires past the market. We haven't seen those yet. And we have the broken water shut off valve in the lower level. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore that dude and keep walking. You come upon a heavily muscled triad soldier screaming at a bearded old man holding a bleeding nose. The punk wags a cheap disposable cred stick in the old man's face. This? The bright plastic case would look cheerful if it weren't smeared with blood. This isn't enough! You've got two options, old man. You can find a way to pay me all the money, or you can drag your bony ass deeper into the wall. Find a spot for yourself there with the pimps and the predators. They should find a nice use for you. Your choice. The old man wails, "That's not fair. I can't just back up and leave. I've been living here for 22 years and Is this how it's gonna be?" He rolls his burly shoulders. "Fine by me." Sorry, bud. You okay? He's out cold. Well. Oh. Well, there's a way into the lower levels there. Ooh, bucket of sand. Probably for putting out a tire fire. These tires have been set aflame and have been burning for some time. The smell is awful. Pour the bucket of sand onto the flames. The flames are stifled beneath the dirty sand and soil from the bucket. Perfect. Alright. Let's do another look around. Okay. I think I have to go down that direction then. I feel bad that there's nothing I can do for this old man. And then what is the thing I'm looking for in the lower levels? A broken water shutoff valve. I want to find that before I do anything else. Maggots churn within stews of unidentifiable ingredients. Ew. Oh. He looks grumpy. I'm gonna ignore him as well. I don't know. I don't know. I'm hesitant to talk to anyone because I could really screw this up. Hey, bud. A tubby man with a twice broken nose glances up at you from a pile of gun parts. He offers you a gap-toothed smile. Nice firearms here, good for protection. You got a husband or wife? You got kids? You keep them safe with one of these beauties. Quality is guaranteed. Your satisfaction is everything. You want to buy? Oh, he's a salesperson. Okay, never mind then. Ever heard anyone say prosperity is in the walled city? He snorts his reply. If you're an organ licker or a gun runner or a triad, then sure as shit is. Otherwise, you're looking at a hand-to-mouth, meal-to-meal existence here. Show me what you got. Probably nothing I can afford. Yeah. Ooh. Could buy a grenade launcher, though. It's only 500. I am not very good at grenade launchers, though. Alright. Thanks. Gotta run. I'm curious. I'm gonna hit spend karma just so I can look at these. So, wait, what would a grenade launcher be under? Or is it not under any of these things? Is it just regular ranged combat? There's no bonus tattoo. Okay. The door's been secured by a series of heavy bars with old motors to retract them. A stained and soiled keypad has been set into the door frame. Enter a code. I don't remember. What was it? I feel like this is not the right one. But, 5465. Oh! Oh! It's full of hellhounds. Fun! Duncan? Oh, there's a thing to pick up. Okay. You know what? I didn't mean to move. So let's just activate you. In front! Shoot! Pew pew! Oh! We're all on fire! What the heck? She's out of ammo. You know what? Hang on over here. Well then. Oh, she can reload? Man, it's been a long time since I've played one of these games. I don't remember what I'm doing. Alright, well we got some new yen. I'm guessing... Yeah, everyone's HP's not great. I'm gonna wait and see if there's a way for us to recover. I was not expecting to get murdered by a hellhound, I'm gonna be honest. Surprise! I was surprised. Oh, we need decking 3 to bypass the panel. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. That'll be 6 karma. Do I have any karma? It's the 2. Okay. Well, if we do some side quests, we might get more karma. I don't see a point in confronting him right now. Oh, you also need a deck equipped. I mean, it said decking 3. It didn't say I necessarily had to have a deck equipped, but it makes sense that I would need a deck equipped. This old rusted water valve might be able to close off the flow of water that's pouring out of the broken pipe. Ooh, strength 3. Let's just do it. I'm good at everything. The flow of water ceases. Less clean water will run off into the streets now. Decking's not worth it if you have a decker, but I might not have a decker. Like, I know we have access to one, but if I pick up some decking, then I don't have to bring her, and I can bring somebody else. Hey, Outro, how's it going? Alright, let's go confront this dude and see if we can get some karma. The yellow lotus enforcer glares at you. You can see the outline of the old man's cred stick in his vest pocket. He flexes and his muscles bulge. What do you want? Step away, asshole, right now. I don't know. Game gives you 5 total party members, so there's actually a good amount of choices to fill those 3 slots. I don't know. We said we wouldn't hurt any of the triad dudes. As much as I'd like to avenge that old man, I don't know. Oh, he's back up. Hey!
I don't want any trouble, boss.
He exhales sharply.
Please, just leave me be.
Sorry for your troubles. I'll leave you alone. So you wouldn't kill them? Yeah, but I'm worried that confrontation with this boy is only going to lead to murder. Who's the decker here? Isabel? Yeah. You can hurt them, just not kill them? Is that an option? I mean, I guess I could save it and then see what happens. The young woman startles as you approach, fumbling for something in her pocket. When she recognizes you, she relaxes. Is it done? It's done. Thank you. Thank you so much. The young woman sighs with relief. She opens a flap on her satchel, reaches inside, and produces a plastic sheath. I am not magically active, so I can't see the flow of chi in the area, but I've got test strips, little sheets of paper embedded with chi-sensitive bacteria. It's a close relative of the FAB, but it doesn't see much use outside of Hong Kong. I remember that crazy guy from Dragonfall. I remember how the confrontation plays out. So we'll just save it and then see what happens and then reload it if we don't like the result. She pulls a strip of the sheath and holds it to the air. Within seconds, it turns ink black. She lets out a dejected sigh, her eyes shifting from the strip to her watch, the strip again. She looks utterly defeated. Damn it. I've been making adjustments for weeks now, trying to get the chi to circulate better, and nothing seems to work. If anything, this one went bad even faster than the control strips when I got here. Any idea why? No, it should work.
Dot. Boop.
Sock, thank you for the bits. Dot boop. I follow the text on everything, right? The chi here is rancid, that's obvious, but I swear it's even worse than it should be. No wonder this place is so disgusting. I get what you mean. The student coughs and rests her head in her hands. That's it. I'm getting out of here in a little while. Got to tell my advisor about this. Thanks for the help. Hope you don't stay long. I sure as hell won't. New website is stain.boop. Ah, we didn't get any karma for that. shenanigans. Actually, maybe we did. Might have gotten one. Alright. Time to save it and then talk. Oh. There we go. For some reason I couldn't save it. And then talk to people who it might be dangerous to talk to. I did get one? Cool. A well-muscled and heavily tattooed triad member looks up from his PDA, bored but alert. Behind him, other Yellow Lotus soldiers take notice and turn to leer at you. I'm doing both confrontations just to see what my options are. You're in the wrong neighborhood, tourist girl. You and all your little tourist friends. I'm a local jackass. I work for Kylie Chang. We all do. Show some respect. The triad soldier sneers at her. That's so. Then you already know that you shouldn't be here. That fossil doesn't run things around here anymore. His hand strays to his jacket, and a conspicuous bulge in the fabric could be a gun, a knife, or a blackjack. Best get moving, little girl. Best move before we hurt y'all real bad. I'm not gonna tell you twice. Nothing. Sorry to bother you. Alright, yep, I'm not dealing with you. We're gonna sneak in. Whoop. I'm leaving! What the heck? I was leaving. And he's like, no, I meant out of this part of the city. Whatever. This is why you don't talk to people. Hydrate, I will. I just took a drink, but I'm gonna drink some more.
There is more where this is coming from. 210 more to be precise.
Well, thank you for all the bits, Sock. Alright, let's see if we can deal with this guy downstairs and get the creds back for the old man, and then possibly get enough karma to become elite hacksaw. Not like I'm doing anything else with those. Well, I appreciate it anyway. I warned you. Now you're mine. Okay. Well then, I guess we're gonna murder you. Have fun with that. We just got an achievement called Screw the Job. Because we failed the objective there. Alright then. I don't think that's worth it. Don't know where I got these Avery emotes from. I guess, someone gifted you some. I just wish I was someone's pet at the moment they were rubbing my head. Aw. If anyone has a cute head pat emote, can you put it in chat for April? Alright. I guess we're not talking to him anymore. You don't anymore? That's okay. Aw, look at that one, so cute. All right, we're in. The question is, where is this boy? Ooh, something to take? Don't mind if I do. That was climbing a ladder. We don't have the points to hack the door, unfortunately. I mean, why would I not steal the chip? Can I come back to it? I can. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. The fact that it's an option makes me not trust it. See, that's not an option. Either way, we're in. I got it. Enter key code. Okay, I did not actually look at what the key code was. I figured it would just give me like a thing, but it didn't. Alright, so mission items 6378. Hey, bud. Like in old hacker movies, when someone's fake hacking, they always end it with that. It's true. You're right. A large man in his 50s stands waiting, his heavily tattooed arms held in a fighter's stance. His bone structure is heavy. Corded muscles stands out on his arms and chest. In his youth, he must have been enormous. He doesn't talk so much as emit a low rumble. I don't know how you got in here, but you've got my attention. Candygram for Strangler Bow. Much love, kindly Chang. You're funny. I don't do funny. I don't care. Do you have some sort of message from Chang? I can't wait to hear you mangle it. You speak Cantonese so well. He chuckles to himself, but before I hear it, I have a little message for her too. You tell kindly Chang that her operations are done in the walled city. Strangler Bao has given himself a promotion. And tell her that if she sends any more errand girls to visit him with another message, Strangler Bao is going to send them back in a box. You think you can tell her that, errand girl? Should I write it down for you in English? Pulled out the data stick. Just slot the stick, listen to the message, and I'll be gone, okay? I don't get to hear you butcher the message. I'm sad. He grabs the small plastic drive from your hand, slots it into his TRID player. Kindly Chang stands erect, speaks directly into the camera. Mr. Bao, as everyone knows, you are a man of swift action. I respect that. And because of that respect, I will get right to the point. I know where your money is coming from. I know that you have friends working for straw sandals like myself. They have been siphoning funds from their organizations. I know about the noodle shop that you launder the money through. I have tasted their broth and found it wanting. The old woman becomes flinty hard. You have been stealing from the Yellow Lotus, glorifying yourself with the revenue that we have earned, and I have files to prove it. Bao's eyes widen as files begin to flit across the screen. Receipts, bank reports, personal communications between himself and his men. Kindly Chang continues speaking, smooth and casual. How many bits does one cheer to get those emote giveaway thingies? It's either 100 or 300. I thought it was 100. But you'd have to look it up. I don't remember. It's 300 now? Oh, that's a shame. Last year was only 100. I don't have 300, I know. Now, in light of our recent conflict, you might be wondering why I'm keeping this information to myself. Why haven't I exposed you so you could be dragged from your lotus den by the balls and slowly roasted on a rotisserie spit? In truth, I respect your ambition. You have a lot to learn about candor and loyalty, but I believe that you still have value, and I am still willing to work with you. However, in order for that to happen, we need to come to an understanding about the nature of our partnership. Kindly Chang steps forward, fills the screen. I own you, Bao. You and all your men, you are my fucking playthings. Dolls to twist and pose as I see fit. I am in this position because I am far better at this than you, and it's time that you learned it. Except when I am telling you and we can get back to business. Prosper together. But if you continue your little rebellion, I will mail tiny pieces of you to your children and take their picture as they open the package. Ani Chang is hardcore she is. If they haven't changed the original doc, the smallest tier is 300, and then it's 500/sub and so on. That's a shame. She produces one of her thin black cigars, lights it, holds the smoke a long time. You have 24 hours to return to the fold. If you aren't here licking my heels by then, the information will be released and you will become food for fish. Your choice, Bao. 24 hours. The message winks out. Strangler Bao turns away from the screen slowly. His skin is ashen.
Get out.
He pauses, casts his eyes to the floor.
And tell Mrs. Chang to expect me at Swiftwinds tomorrow.
He stands up straight.
Tomorrow morning.
I will. Thank you for your time.
Go. Just go.
Well, that was easy. Bye. I'm gonna go steal that chip. Bye. Yoink. Now that things are safe, it's stealing time. Absolutely. I did not want to have a conversation with him with any contraband in my pockets that could rile him. And now we're good. Time for Divine to bless with dreams. Have a good night, Divine. Thanks for hanging out. Wu holds up his hand for everyone to stop, turns to the two of you and hooks his thumbs in his belt. Well, that was a thing. Never thought I'd be shuttling messages between criminals in a Hong Kong syndicate. I can't imagine what Raymond would have wanted in the walled city. This place just feels wrong. It must have been important. He flew all the way here, hired runners for an escort. But why? This place makes you feel like your life has no value, like there's no point to anything. He sighs and looks at your companion. Great life you have here. Gaba ignores the barb. She scratches her head. So I realized I'm missing a tag on this. Because I'm doing voice acting. I can't believe it. We actually delivered the old lady's message without anyone dying. I've had enough of triads. Let's get out of this pit. I'm with you, Gun Show. I don't need to see this place ever again. Gun Show? Seriously? Wu's goggles pan down, come to rest on Gobbet. It's not gonna stick, is it? Yeah, I don't think that I have any way to get in there. I only have 3 karma. I've done the optional side quest in the area, so we may as well just head back. Because the only way to get the dude's cred stick is to murder him, which could give me like maybe 1 more karma. It's not really worth it. It's hard to shake off the walled city. Its gravity clings to you as if wretchedness itself had grown tentacles. The sound of suffering subside, but their echoes still thrum in your insides. Gavet walks slowly, head down and both hands on her stomach, whispering a conversation to someone or something that only she can see. Her rats are silent and remain hidden in her clothing. Wu pauses a moment and breathes a sigh of relief when you finally reach the streets. But returning to... I always forget. Hiwa? I guess. Isn't like coming home. Suspicious looks and closed mouths accent unsmiling faces that billboard a universal message. You don't belong here. Time to report back to Kindly Cheng and inform her the message has been delivered. Get this business over with. Get your sin burned, get on to the next step, whatever that is. You leave the City of Darkness behind and head to the Mahjong parlor. And a date with Crime Lord. Queen Bee, Gun Show, Gavin, and Isabel. I'm here for it. They're such good runner names. He-oi. He-oi, okay. He-oi, thank you. Oi, what's all this then? Hopefully that will make me remember. Also, we got an achievement. They're not worth it. Which is complete the City of Darkness without any Yellow Lotus dying, which was not that hard. Oh, there's an X there. A large X fashioned from overlapping strips of peeling something. You did not give me enough time to read that. Also, why is this all acting like I haven't explored this? That worries me. It's a different map. Kindly Cheng watches you closely as you walk across the Mahjong parlor. Don't forget that you got in due to Goblet's path. That's part of why it was easier for you, the conversations you chose. Yeah, I know that. True, that's true. If we weren't playing a summoner, we would have had to do something else. Fair enough. You have €5 on this mobile Google Play account. If you try and buy a game, it's in the store normally, but if you try to buy bits via the Twitch app, it shows me like 2 cents in your balance? Oh, that's weird. As you approach, her lieutenant leans in, brings her mouth close to the Triad boss's ear. Cheng smiles and nods, her eyes never leaving you. There's a twinkle in the straw sandal's eye. I've heard from Bao. He got my message very clearly. And I understand that there were no casualties created during your little delivery run. I am pleased. And surprised. Isabel gets in a different way. Oh, that's true, because Isabel could, like, probably hack the code instead of, listening to a spirit. Like, she could just hack the doors for us. I mean, Gobbet did a great job of guiding us. Did she? Good to know. A wry grin. My message was delivered, and Stranger Bao is back in the fold, earning for me. As far as I'm concerned, our transaction is complete. While you were gone, I set the wheels in motion to wipe your identities. She pulls out her PDA, stabs a button with a lacquered fingernail. The order has been sent. Congratulations. You are now sinless. Shadow people. Wu exhales heavily. His eyes remain focused straight ahead, but his shoulders sag. We'll figure a way out of this, Duncan. Wu pulls himself up at his full height. There's only way out of this, only one way out of this, and that's through it. Whoever gave the kill order on Carter also forced us to give up our identities and took Raymond. He sets his jaw firm. That's all I can think about. Finding who did this. Finding Ray. Kindly Cheng holds up a hand. While I was working on getting your sins burned, I also had my network look into Raymond Black's disappearance. I've been thinking about what you told me earlier, and I agree. She eyes through him carefully and leans in. I can't just let this lie. Someone killed my runners. It will be a sign of weakness to the Yellow Lotus and the others if I do nothing. She rests her PDA on the mahjong table facing you. The Triad's boss's tongue slips from her mouth as she looks over the top, hunting for the right button on its upside-down interface. She finds it and looks up at you again. I have some news to share with you, my darlings. The kind you won't like. Raymond Black is dead. No! Sorry. I may have seen this coming. She taps the button and a recorded newscast appears on the screen. I'm gonna drink some more because all of the reading. But last we left him, he was only in trouble. I mean, he's clearly dead. Raymond's photograph appears on the screen behind a reporter standing on the docks in Victoria Harbor. It's a picture you've seen before, a professional portrait taken for a press release about a youth center he was opening in the Redmond Barrens. Under Raymond's photo are the words, Seattle Man Killed. Another shooting involving the police department. A Seattle community organizer and industrial engineer was apparently shot and killed while resisting arrest at Victoria Harbor last night. HKPF police report that the UCAS man, Raymond Black, was behaving erratically and would not respond to police orders to surrender. No additional information regarding Black or why he was traveling to Hong Kong are available. Police have stated that due to the shooting's proximity to last night's shootout with the White Star, the investigation must remain confidential, and no other details are being revealed at this time. Kindly Cheng taps the button again, and the video closes. Wu puts his hands on his face. This just keeps getting worse. You were right, Auntie. This was news I did not like. Raymond's dead. Wu puts his hands over his mouth, trying to process the information. He sways, and for a moment it looks as though he's going to pass out. Isabel reaches out to touch Wu, thinks better of it, and pulls her hand back. Sorry for your loss. I've never had a father, so I don't know what it's like to lose one, but... sorry. You okay, Duncan?
I don't think so. I don't think I'm gonna be okay for a long time,
Kindly taps the video closed. She hunts around the keypad and selects another button. I'm afraid that's not all, my darlings. This is security footage from Victoria Harbor from last night. You'll find it contains a contradiction. Uh-oh. The PDA shows silent, grainy video footage of Raymond sitting in a tea shop, flanked by 2 guards. He's looking down at something in his hand, completely distracted. The footage continues and the camera displays several black-clad figures entering its field of view from different angles, guns ready. A tall, sharply dressed man in a suit walks briskly towards Raymond, flanked by 2 more. Raymond stands to face him, and the camera gets a clear view of the suit's face. White plastic. That's right, the masked guy. His guards turn to draw weapons, and muzzle flashes erupt from all sides. One of Raymond's guards goes down, and his submachine gun fires wildly, hitting the camera. Wu puts his hands on the table and leans in. Those weren't cops. And Raymond wasn't resisting arrest. What's with that guy's face? Gobbet reaches up to stroke a rat perched on her shoulder. What is that mask? Or is that a mask? It doesn't look like a mask. It looks like some sort of semi-rigid plastic implant. Real craftsmanship. She pushes out her lower lip in appreciation. Quite the fashion accessory. It's also the kind of fashion accessory that stands out in a crowd. This guy's either a fool or an arrogant son of a bitch. He sets his jaw firm. Either way, I'm gonna find him. Kylie Cheng watches Wu intently. I believe you. Wu stands back and turns to you. What now? We find out who this plastic-faced man is, then we get some answers. With what resources? Chang's eyes sparkle. I'm afraid there are some facts you are going to have to face. She puts on a grave face. You are alone in this country. No network, no money, no identity. I can protect you from the police, but how would you go about discovering what happened to Raymond without me? How would you survive? This is a topic that requires serious consideration. Oh no. She wants us to work for her. Kindly wipes her hand across the stack of tiles, spreading the ivory-colored pieces across the table. You've had a very long night, my sweets. Very long. And frankly, y'all look like shit. Right now, I promise you safety in my town for the night. We'll talk about the plastic-faced man tomorrow. Not like we have much of a choice, I know. I am Sock, you are. Kindly gestures to Gobbet and Isabel. Ladies, go find our new friends a place to bed down in that rat's nest squall boat you call home. We'll all talk after you've slept, figure out our next steps together. Getting ourselves a fixer. And Sock is tired, then get some sleep, Sock. Yes, Auntie. Yes, Auntie. Thanks for your help. I'm not gonna question it right now. Of course, my sweet. Kindly Cheng smiles and her black button eyes flash cold. What are friends for? Welp. Bye. Come on, pupper. Ooh. Bolt hole. The original name has been sloppily painted over with black paint. Newer but somewhat weathered characters have been painted over the bold brush strokes that read Bolt Hole. Alright then. Hey, Grizzle! Thanks for the raid! Hello and welcome, everybody! We're Shadowrunners. How is your stream back? How's the foot doing, Crizzle? Also, hello, Atomica. And hello, everybody else. If y'all don't know who I am, I'm Staney. I'm a variety streamer and art streamer. Today we're playing Shadowrun Hong Kong. And we got lots of... we just became Shadowrunners, basically. Foot is improving. I suck at Slay the Spire again and had a wonderful time. Well, there you go. Wonderful. We're doing crimes! Yeah. Well, I'm glad that your foot's improving, and I'm glad you had a good time. Love me some crimes. Nice. Let's do crimes. You two can bunk here for a while. She nods with her nose towards a hatch. You've each got a head to take care of your necessities. Try to knock before you enter someone else's, okay? Seriously. Alright, I know the drill. Wu turns to you. Stinks of fish. Just like that place we squatted at on Leary Avenue back when we were kids. Home with the Aslan family and their dog. They were good people. Yeah, until the 162s decided they wanted the place. He wipes his nose with a gloved hand. They were good people. Sorry that had to happen to them. You're obtaining the lurkers from my raids. Also, #1 Shadowrun Hong Kong streamer. There's probably no one else playing it. But I appreciate it. Hello, lurkers. He stretches and his spine pops like a handful of firecrackers. Lurk, lurk. Everyone's always welcome to lurk here. I think I've been up for something like 36 hours straight. He drops his arms. And this has been one shit stain of a day. Time to end it. The orc turns to you. Raises an eyebrow. Anything you need before I leave you to it? I'm gonna talk to you and make friends. Is it just you and Isabel living here? Yeah. Gobbet's mouth screws up a bit. Now that Nightjar and Gutshot are gone, it's just us. The squeal of metal grinding on metal rips through the boat. Sounds like it's coming from the level below. And the creepy Russian guy renting the engine room downstairs. Yay! I get to give him a Russian accent. Nothing to worry about. He mostly keeps to himself. She checks her PDA. He'll stop soon. He's usually quiet by now. Is there a place for my stuff? Yeah, check the locker over there. You can stash your stuff in it. No one will touch your things in there, and it's a lot bigger than it looks. Creepy Russian accents. Woo. How'd you get your hands on this place? How do people like us get our hands on anything? We found it. You found it empty? He sweeps his eyes across the cabin. The doubt is plain on his face. Somebody abandoned a prime piece of real estate like this? She shrugs. Close enough. It's full of beetle junkies and we came across it. They were completely wigged out on some multiplayer cyber game. I'm not even sure they were ever chipped. I'm not sure they ever chipped out of it. They were completely emaciated, stewing in piles of their own shit. Their eyes had sunk into their skulls. Pretty gruesome stuff, TBH. They racked up a killer score, though. True. They had the moves. Should have hung an IV while they were playing, though. Turns out nutrition is important. So, what happened? Did they die? She shrugs. Nightjar ran him out. Not sure what happened to him after that. Anyway, it's ours now. Ani Chang says so. All but the engine room, you mean? Right, everything but that. Ani rented it out from under us. Must have pissed you off. She shrugs. Whatever, we weren't using it. As long as our downstairs neighbor keeps to himself, he can have the lower levels, especially if he keeps Annie Chang happy. I think I'll have a look around. Okay, but get some sleep soon. You look like you could use it. We'll go see Kindly Chang in the morning, figure out our next move. Look around at everything. Okay, so I guess that's my bunk. That's my stash, so I can put things in there. Cool. Let's stash that. Wait, what? There we go. I don't know what that other thing is then. What's this? Is it just like an info panel? It's just an info panel. Okay. I'm still learning how this game works. Alright, let's talk to everybody. Hi, Duncan. AI, I got some things I gotta take care of here. Let's talk later. Alright. Ooh, look at this place. Look at this cool hacking area. Isabel, your room's cool. And she calls me Queen Bee. Yay. That's my dumb Shadowrunner name and I love it. Come back later, Queen Bee. I'm busy. I'm guessing they're all gonna say that to me, but I'm still gonna try. Hey, Seattle. I'm not really in the mood to hang out right now. Heavy stuff going down, you know. It'll be fine, but for the time being, I'd rather be alone. We'll talk later, though. Can I meet Mr. Creepy Russian? Is there a way to go down to the lower levels? Not that I can see. Oh, dang. I just realized we even get our own toilet. Fancy stuff. Alright, I guess it's time for Betty Buys. The cot in your cabin is neatly made, with crisp-looking sheets and an insulated plastic blanket. A fine layer of dust coats its surface. It's been a long time since anybody slept here. Alright, let's go sleep. Don't think you can meet your neighbor till the next segment starts. That's what I figured. You climb into the cot and worm your way under the sheets. They've been starched stiff as boards, but you've slept beneath worse. The lice and bed bugs that plagued your old prison cell are mercifully absent here, and the salt air is fresher than the rancid stink of the Redmond Barrens. The moment your head hits the pillow, exhaustion sets in. You can barely keep your eyes open. Sleep washes over you like a warm bath, and everything goes black. Oh, we're having creepy dreams. The dream is suffocating. The shifting tunnel of glass and steel, the towering silhouette of dark majesty, the shadowy doorway, and the teeth. They snap at your heels as you claw your way back to consciousness. Hey, silent assassin. You open your eyes to Duncan looming over you. He shakes your shoulder roughly. Aye! Come on, I wake up. We gotta go talk to Kindly. The others have already left. Ugh, that was one rough night. He lets go of your shoulder, cocks a thumb at the hatch. We gotta go. I've been trying to wake you for a while now. You are thrashing around in your sleep. Glad you did. I was having one hell of a nightmare. He reaches up and rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, I didn't sleep well either. I had a bad dream last night too. You alright? I'll survive. His fingers hit a knot. He winces. But man, nothing's gone right since we stepped foot in this country. I'll tell you something, though. And
This is after a full night's sleep. I don't believe Ray's dead. I hope you're right, but I gotta say it doesn't look good. I'm right! Think about it. That statement from the cops on the newscast could be fake. Ours was. That surveillance footage, we never saw Raymond get shot. The cameraman was hit by stray gunfire. His passion is intense, but contained, focused. Raymond's alive, I know it. You make a good case, Officer Wu. He smiles. His teeth are white and straight and perfect. Should have been a detective instead of a headbuster, right? His smile fades. Oh no, is it warm where you're at too, Chris? I'm sorry. Have a good sleep, Sock. God, I feel like I'm 12 years old again, squatting on a stinking trawler. My partner's gone, Raymond's gone, hell, I'm gone. I don't even have a name anymore. And now I can't even go to sleep and hide from it all without having a nightmare. Poor Spam, it looks like she's gonna die. Aww. I didn't realize it was so warm up where you're at. It's been pretty comfortable for the past couple of days here. His jaw tightens and his teeth grind so loud you can hear it. What else is gonna be taken away from me? You still have that piercing you got in Tacoma? I had to drop that. Hygiene issues. Wu struggles to smile. He fails. What the hell did we fall into here, I mean, what's coming next? I don't know. Whatever it is, we'll deal. He drops his hands to his hips and takes a couple of deep breaths. That's right. That's right. It's just like Ray always said. Shut up, Duncan, and let I do the talking. Life is improvisation. Or, when the winds of change blow, some people build walls and other people build windmills. I think the last one. Oh, that's so gross. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope it cools down for you guys soon. When the winds of change blow, some people build walls, others build windmills. He chuckles. Finally. Raymond never said that. It was our housekeeper, Mrs. Maloney. She had it tattooed on her back, right? How'd you see it? Don't mess with me, woman. You know I've got anger management issues. He checks his watch. Goblin and Isabel left a while ago. We should get going too, see what the Triad lady has to say. Alright then. Let's go. Oh, why look! It's our old friend, Strangler Bow. Kindly's place reeks of stale cigar smoke and fresh urine. Oof. I'm guessing. Oh well, there's a tarp there, isn't there? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Bow's here in his battle shorts. Oh wait, is Bao the one standing? Alright, who's the dude crouching and peeing then? At least it's not old urine? Is that even better? You tell me, Chris. I feel like you have more experience dealing with urine than I do. The clicking of mahjong tiles is strangely absent. In its place is a low murmur of laughter and an air of eager anticipation. All eyes are focused on the groaning figure kneeling and bound at the feet of Kindly Chang. She beckons to him with her finger, and he struggles towards her. The loud rustling of the plastic tarp crackling under his knees as he moves. His pants are wet with fear. and acetylene torch lies on the table at Chang's right hand. Oh no. Honestly, no pee is great. That was how I felt, too. Kindly Chang ignores the scene. She behaves as if all is right in the world. How did you sleep, my little ones? Fine, thanks. What's with the guy on the floor? She indicates the kneeling man with an incline of her nose. Shipbird here is a plainclothes cop. He snuck into the area last night while you were sleeping, hoping to find you and kill you before his competition got to you first. My men found him outside the trawler you were sleeping on. They saw that your rest was undisturbed and that your location remained a mystery. She nods her head back towards the pillar of meat standing behind her. You can thank Mr. Bao for that. Thank you for guaranteeing our safety, Mr. Bao. Bao inclines his head 1/4 of an inch. She addresses the bloody man on his knees. Now, Shipbird, tell my friends here what you told me. I don't know anything, I swear. We just got the orders last night. He pushes his head towards you and Wu from the floor, struggling to keep his balance. Somebody high up wants these two dead. The whole department is on it. I don't know anything else. Someone from high up. The old woman lifts her foot. Taps his chin with the toe of her shoe. How high? May not be as smart as Auntie, but he's good at his job? Yeah. The cop looks up at her. Looks around the room filled with triad soldiers. One of them opens his coat and shows the cop something inside. He closes it, slowly winks. The cop drops his head to his chest. All the way up. All the way up. Someone on the council. Someone on the executive council wants these two dead? Chang spits on him with a sneer. Fuck your ancestors to the 80th generation. Give me the truth. The cop wears the spittle. He never lifts his head. It's the truth, madam, I swear it. Whoever it was labeled them as terrorists and were to terminate it with extreme prejudice. Kindly Chang shuffles closer to the kneeling cop, reaches down and strokes his head with her hand. Then she slowly digs her fingers into his scalp. She pulls back hard until his chin points high. The Triad boss leans in close and searches his eyes with her own. That's all he's got. She lets go of his head and smoothed his buzz-cut hair with her hand. For whatever reason... Oh, that's not narration. For whatever reason, last night, someone on the executive council of the Free Enterprise Zone ordered the Hong Kong police force to kill two nobodies from Seattle. I find that fascinating. Don't you? I know he doesn't have hair to pull, so it is nails and skin pulling. Yep. I call that some messed up shit. Seattle isn't like Hong Kong. There, the megacorps control the government. Here, the corps are the government. The exec council is chosen by the corporate board of governors. They're basically the legislative and executive branches of Hong Kong government in one tiny package. 8 people call the shots. Neat and efficient. Kindly Chang steps back from the cop and lights one of her thin black cigars. For the wage slaves and the civilian sheep, the corporations of the pantheon of gods who wield absolute power. She looks around the room, but not for us. Why not 7 or 9 so there's not a tie? I don't know. The Triad woman takes a long pull from her cigar and taps the ash on the kneeling cop's head. Oof. Who else knows about my guest visit to Hioi, Shipbird? No one, madam. I haven't called it in yet. I wanted the kill for myself. No one knows they're here. I swear it. She turns to her enforcer, Mr. Bow. Bow fiddles with his PDA in his meaty hands. He's telling the truth. No outgoing calls on his PDA. Very good. Thank you, Bow. She nods at the cop. Thank you for your honesty. In one smooth motion, Strangler Bow produces a silenced pistol, fires it once into the policeman's head, and then replaces it in his jacket. His face never changes expression. I was wondering what you were going to do with him. And that would also explain the tarp. Chang takes a drag on her cigar, indicates the body. He knew, my darling. He knew. She balances her cigar on her shot glass, picks up some mahjong tiles, and begins playing with them absently. It is clear our friend Raymond Black was up to something involving the walled city, something having to do with prosperity. And this executive council member wanted Raymond dead for it. She stacks her tiles one by one. Click, clack. Now, they want you dead for it, too. Click. This plastic-faced man may show up on your door one day, too. She knocks the pile over and it clatters to the table loudly. I have a proposition for you, my sweets. A smile lights up her dead black eyes. Work for me. With Nightjar and Gunshot dead, I find myself with 2 job openings. Fill them. I have need of deniable assets here, players unaffiliated with the Triads who can take care of some more unsavory business that needs to happen around town. You've proven yourselves resourceful. You have no existing connections here. There can be a positive in this line of work. Shadowrunners. Wu grunts. His jaw tightens, but he stays quiet. In exchange, I will keep you safe from pests like this one. She nods at the body of the floor. The pool of blood on the plastic wrap continues to widen. You'll have safe harbor here in my town and a steady source of income. She picks up a handful of tiles again. And while you dip your toe in the waters of corporate espionage, organized crime, and clandestine mercenary actions, I will employ my network to find the plastic-faced man and gather information about Raymond Black. Where he's been, who he's talked to, who stood to gain from his death, what this prosperity could be. You're putting out a lot of effort to help a pair of foreigners. Not foreigners, my sweet, valued business associates. I need to learn who killed one of my clients, and then ordered the cops to execute my team of Shadowrunners. Her voice drops. She becomes deadly serious. This is a brazen disregard of my power. Face dictates it must be confronted, or I stand to lose everything. How would the arrangement work? I find the right jobs for people with your talents. You do what our clients cannot do for themselves. I take a finder's fee and a small percentage of your earnings. You make a lot of nuyen very quickly. It's all very civilized. She leans in. Work with me. Allow me to help you make money. Let my network work for you and help you find out what you've gotten yourselves into. Without my help, you won't last a day out there. You are completely out of your depth, I'm afraid. You need a partner. Kindly Chang will be your partner. Wu's hands go to his hips. He drops his head and shakes a little, confused. I gotta wrap my brain around this, Things are moving fast. There's a lot to process. You had to see this coming, Duncan. I did. I know. I get it. I just gotta reconcile this whole... He grips the back of his neck, squeezes hard, Rips his hand away. Ah, fuck it. I'm not a cop anymore. That guy's dead. He nods. The decision's made. I'm in. What about you? I'm looking at my options. I want to find out what happened to Raymond. And, you know, there's a chance he could be alive. Let's go hopeful. Why not? I think Ray could still be alive too. Let's run the shadows and figure out what happened to him. Raymond is alive, I'm sure of it. So I'll run the shadows as long as Auntie Chen keeps up her end of the bargain and helps us figure out what really happened to him. And I'm gonna find my father. Then it's done. He is now open to you. She gestures to her lieutenant, who raises a finger to her ear and whispers into her sleeve. First order of business. Queen Bee here has already chosen a street name. She turns her attention to Wu, but Duncan Wu doesn't exist anymore. You'll need one too. Oh, come on, tell me he's gonna be Gun Show. Please tell me he's gonna be Gun Show. That's so good. And now I can talk to the entire town full of shopkeepers. Woo! I need more money though. Yeah, okay, I'll think of something. Wu sighs. Gobbet runs her cheek against her rats, a glint in her eye. I think we've already got you covered, Gun Show. She turns to Isabel. Fits, doesn't it? Indeed. Ah, I knew that was gonna stick. It has stuck. Gobbet, Isabel, we'll handle this the same way we did with all your previous work. She didn't say Nightjar. All the jobs I line up for you will be sent to your computer on the squat boat. She's pointing at you. I got it. Why her? It's a simple process of elimination. She points to the little decker. Isabel isn't the leader type. You got that right. She moves her finger to the orc girl. As for Gobbet, let's just say Gobbet doesn't have a head for business. It's not my thing. And then she rests her finger on Wu. And then there's Gun Show. She wiggles it. The jury's out on Mr. Gun Show. Meaning? Her response is direct, straightforward. Meaning there's a lot going on in that head of yours right now, and I'm not sure I can trust you. So I'm in charge because I'm the best of the worst? Oh, my sweet, don't put it that way. She opens her arms. You're the most equipped for the role. She's making sense. You're the right person for this, I. Okay then, I guess I'm running the show. Wu shakes his head, eyebrows raised. Gonna be weird calling you Queen Bee again. I haven't called you that since we were kids. I mean, to be fair, he cute. I get it. No music in my head today, so I roasted garlic instead. Nice. We're the least terrible criminal. Woo. Gobbet looks from Isabel to Wu to you. I guess this is our new crew. The rat on her shoulder scurries to the top of her head for a better view. Welcome to the shadows, Queen Bee. Alright, well, I'll let you handle that body, and I'm gonna get out of here. Hooray for being mediocre. I'll take it. At least we're not terrible. As you lead your team through the shadows, your companions will continue to develop and learn new combat skills. Clicking the icon on the lower right-hand corner of the screen will open the crew advancement menu. When this icon is highlighted, one or more of your companions is eligible to learn a new combat skill. At each advancement level, you may choose one or two possible combat skills for each of your runners. Choose wisely. It doesn't look like anyone's ready yet. So. Oh, wait. Is this... Oh, that's what I'm picking between. Okay. Yeah, definitely summoning stuff. And then it looks like she's already... Wait, is she already doing espionage? No, I get to pick one of these. I don't know what I want to do for Isabel. Let's look at Duncan. Why is he still Duncan? He should be Gun Show now. Let's see. What's the difference between these? Duncan gains an assault rifle ability that fires a single shot of incendiary ammo, does an additional 2 damage, and pierces 2 armor. It costs 1 AP. Or gains a rifle ability that does 2 AP damage and imbalances targets, making them easier to hit on subsequent attacks. Crowd control sounds pretty good, honestly. Better Decker, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, let's give him crowd control. And then we'll give her espionage. Sure. Duncan's 2 trees are either lethal force or non-lethal. We're taking him down the non-lethal route, I guess. Good boy, Duncan. I mean, I don't want to be a bad influence or anything. Oh, alright, let's just start talking to people. Reliable something or other. Smooth jazz drifts from cheap speakers on the barge. A wide array of worn-down drones litter the battered deck. Most are utility and domestic types, but a few cordoned off from the others are low-end security models. At this point, you should have unlocked all the shops and stuff, picking missions to take on the boat, and finding who your neighbor is. Yeah. It's funny that you found the guy who sells drones right away. Yeah. The salesman smiles indulgently at you, a tall, lanky human of clear Cantonese ancestry. He's wearing a cheap suit and limply clutching a smelly cigarillo. He adjusts his tie with exaggerated nonchalance, languid, ostentatious, like an American casino promoter. Hey there, beautiful. Welcome to our little floating heaven. You've got a discerning look to you. What brings you to Reliable Matthews Robot Bazaar? He taps Ash over a bulky cleaning drone beside him. Not waiting for an answer, he continues. Perhaps you're looking for a little hexacopter as a guide to Hong Kong, or a little handheld tarantular beauty to brew your tea. You calling me beautiful? You know it's beautiful. I hope I don't offend. I just can't help it. To me, everybody's beautiful, baby. Okay, then. What can I say? I can't hold back. It's just such a great world. I'm interested in your combat models. Reliable Matthew looks over his shoulder at the security drones, some heavily cannibalized in the corner of the yard. He turns back to you with a nervous smile. Funny, you should ask. I've just gotten a Doberman that I'm selling at an incredible bargain price. Shall we take a look? Incredible bargains, huh? They fall off the back of a truck? Oh, that's not what I meant. I was like, are they damaged? Are they lemons? Are you implying that they're stolen? If so, you're mistaken. He smiles indulgently as you just said something in an alien language. The merchandise is provided only by trusted suppliers who can certify the authenticity and workability of their goods. I don't furnish manufacturer certificates, but all the providers are really top shelf guys, really beautiful people. Otherwise, they wouldn't carry their drones. What? A lemon? He's reliable. It's even in the name. Well, let's see what models you have. Oh no, they're all real expensive and I can't afford it. I could get a drug mule or Robodoc. Oh, actually they're not too bad. Hold on. Let's look at the nice stuff. I can't even look at like their... Oh, I don't want to put it in my cart. Hold on. Is there a way to like look at its stats or something? The assault version of the classic Doberman drone. Its turret has been modified with burst fire for short-range skirmishes. We got a smoker. A cargo carrier. Ooh, it's better armor, I think. A sniper is rifle, assault is like a Duncan gun, and then the support ones are like support or heal. Okay. I don't know what I want. Also, I need to take another break. So we will figure this out when I come back. I'll give it some thought. So we are going to take a quick break. We're only going to be gone for a couple minutes. So stand up, stretch, get a drink, and we'll be back in just a few. Hello everybody, we're back. I hope you all had a nice break. Let's get into the last hour of the stream. Okay, so I was trying to decide if I wanted to buy a drone or if I want to save up. Thing is, I definitely want better armor. So let's put that in our cart. That means we only have like around 1,200 to spend, which means we could get a better gun or we could get a second drone. Thanks, April. I think I might save up for one of the better ones. And I can sell my armor for 25 bucks. And by bucks, I mean New Yen. So yeah, I have 1,300 to spend. I could upgrade my gun. I don't know. Let's just exit for now. Bye! As you approach the small landing, you see 3 men, 2 elders and a younger man, hunched over a go board. The juxtaposition of the 2 white-haired, white-bearded men and the black-haired man is almost comical. Together, the 3 resemble the small black and white stones of their game. Despite the variety of ambient distractions, the 3 men remain acutely focused on the game. One of the elders, a round-faced man with a beatific smile, carefully picks up a black stone and places it on the board. His opponent snorts, and a small smile flashes across his long face. Almost carelessly, he snatches a white stone and deposits it on the board. The smiling man groans, and the long-faced one proceeds to collect several black pieces off the board.
Ah, you got me there, Jed.
He laughs, a pleasant full sound. As it trails off, he spots you watching the game. A broad smile brightens his cheeks.
Why, hello there, young woman. Something you need.
The long-faced man gives you a cursory look and continues to collect black stones.
Just a gawker shoe. It's your turn.
My name's Queen Bee. Got a second to answer a question or two? Shoe nods.
I could use a short break. How about you, Gin?
Gin sighs. Shoulders slumping forward. After a moment of scowling, he reluctantly speaks.
Fine, a short break.
The 2 elders turn towards the younger man. He looks to be in his early 30s, but it's difficult to tell with the skin on his face is smooth and supple, with only the suggestions of creases at the eyes, mouth, and forehead. But small gestures, a blink, a flare of his nostrils, briefly reveal the lines of his face. The man's eyes rise from the go board and study the elders. He nods. I've been hearing about... Have I been? Apparently I have been. I've been hearing about strange dreams here in Hioi. Have you had any nightmares recently? The 3 men exchange looks. Shu turns to you.
What a coincidence! Wasn't but an hour ago that we were all discussing that very thing. We've been having bad dreams, every one of us.
Interesting. Do you mind sharing? Better ones is a good idea. It's basically leveling up your drone then. I have 2 slots for drones though. At least I'm pretty sure I have 2 slots for drones. Gin shakes his head and crosses his arms.
What makes you think we'd be comfortable sharing our dreams with a complete stranger? Seems like a good way to get ourselves in trouble, especially with what you kids can do with that matrix you all love so much.
He turns his head, pretends to spit. Shu waves his hand dismissively again.
Don't mind him. He's always been a poor sport, but he raises a good point. Some of our dreams contain information best left private, just as yours do, I'm sure. Having just met, how can we be sure that you'll respect our personal information?
I'll tell you. The younger man's voice cuts through the din like a razor, and the elders fall silent. He turns to you and locks his eyes, dark orbs that burn with piercing scrutiny onto yours. He nods and returns his gaze to the go-board. I believe you're trustworthy. Please, Queen Bee, make yourself comfortable. I'll share my dream with you. I appreciate it. Go ahead. Not sure if you have the skill to use two at once yet, though. I'm pretty sure I do. I'm pretty sure I unlocked that. That's part of why I wanted a second one. He exhales slowly, then begins speaking. I dreamed of a long, dingy hall. Dingy or dingy? Probably dingy. Dingy hall. When faced with such a thing, one generally walks its length, so I lifted my right foot and placed it in front of me. But upon taking that first step, I found myself instead drawn down an alleyway to my left. It wasn't there before, this alley. It appeared only as I began to walk. As I moved down the alley, I found myself surrounded by friends and loved ones. They all stood there silently watching me, with smiles on their faces, and as I passed each one of them, they fell to the ground in my wake, dropping like puppets with severed strings. Somehow I knew that if I followed the road to the end, I could have everything I'd ever dreamed of, but I woke before I could reach it. He folds his hands in his lap. There's a moment of silence before Shu speaks up, the rosiness in his cheeks having drained away. I, too, saw the long hall. My own experience was different, however. The hall was far off in the distance, and I was looking down on it from a strange angle, as though I were perched on a wall high above. He pauses and looks at you. You know, young woman, Queen Bee, you look very much like the person I saw walking that hall. She moved steadily down the path, walking at an even pace, and just behind her, a great and terrible shadow followed. Of course, I didn't have the best... Ooh! Ibasaur, thank you for following. Hello, welcome. Of course, I didn't have the best view up there on that wall or wherever I was. It could have been anyone. Perhaps this old mind of mine is seeing your face now and misremembering the dream. He lets out a chuckle. A small flush of red returns to his cheeks, and he looks over again. All right, Gin, go ahead. Gin broods in the corner, arms crossed and jaw set. I've changed my mind. I don't want to share my dream. Nonsense! Master Lao and I have both told her our dreams. Now it's your turn. Gin sticks out his lower lip. No. It's fine. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. He holds his palm up towards you and looks at you. See? Straight from the horse's mouth. I don't have to. Yin. Lao's voice is firm, but soft. This is important. Yin's mouth opens and closes like a gasping fish. But as he looks at Lao, his body relaxes, and a sadness seems to take hold of his features. All right, but don't you go repeating any of this, you hear me? He takes in a deep breath and slowly releases it, folds his hands in his lap. My dream begins as a nightmare. I dreamed of the failures and mistakes that I made throughout my life, the people I've let down. The competitors I've crushed, the wife who died in hospice without me. I dreamed of the family that I abandoned. I can see why you didn't want to share this. A change comes over him. His eyes brighten and he continues energetically. But then, I dreamed of the walled city. I stood before it and its door opened to me. And when I passed inside, all of my guilt fell away. It was as though the city had absolved me and washed away my guilt, and I remember feeling happy. As his remembrance ends, so does his light-hearted mood. His face shrinks into a pout, and he stares grumpily at the ground. There, I did it. You happy? Lao nods slowly. Oh, dang! Numasaur, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate it. And thank you so much for sharing some cute pride emotes in chat for people. Hi, Kels. I hope you're having a good lurk. Didn't mean to interrupt. It's totally fine. I like to share appreciation. Thank you, kid. Let's see. What are my options? But no, don't apologize. I appreciate the sub. Thank you so much. Let's see. That was great. Why would I say that? That's terrible. That was boring. That's also terrible. I'm not going to say either of those things. I'm a decent person. You have my thanks too.
Yeah. Now can we change the subject? My ulcer's acting up.
I'm guessing you've been around these parts longer than I have. Is this sort of thing normal?
If it were normal, we wouldn't be huddled around discussing them in whispers, now would we? Enough of that, Gin. Queen Bee here asked in earnest for our advice, and she deserves a proper response. Shu gives you a gentle smile. Please forgive our friend. Bitter years have left him suspicious of others. The answer to your question is no. Upsetting dreams have never been uncommon in Hioi, but these recent visitations have been different. They're darker, more vivid, stronger than normal dreams. Last night I felt consumed by the sense that something was coming. While my friends here felt a sense of relief and excitement as their dreams ended, I felt as though I were sitting on the precipice of some vast and terrible chasm, with the void yawning beneath my feet. Suddenly his cheeks flush. He blinks twice, then looks away. But perhaps these are just the ramblings of an old man. Please forgive me. He scratches his nose, embarrassed. You speak wisely, Shu. It is foolish to embrace a thing that you do not understand. What Gin and I saw in our dreams was alluring, but so is the light to a moth. Your instincts are still strong and sharp, my old friend. It is wise of you to trust them. Shu bows deeply, his eyes to the ground. Thank you. I can only hope these dreams do lead to something beautiful. There is already enough deception in the world. Gin groans loudly. Can we get back to the game now? I don't want to keep you. Of course. Stop by again sometime soon, Queen Bee. Your company has been refreshing.
Oh, they're so nice, except for Gin, who hates us, but it's okay. Thanks. Good luck with your game.
Appreciated, young woman. We'll be seeing you.
Maybe. We'll see. Alright, what is this place? Oh, this looks like a shaman shop or something. A mild scent, sweet and slightly herbal, is the first thing you notice upon entering the old shop. Its quarters are cramped, made smaller by the display cases and furniture packed inside. The walls are lined with bookshelves, and the tables and chairs are stacked with old tomes. A few titles jump out at you: Lucid Dreaming, An Exploration of the Inner Self, Dream Logic, and Nocturnal Visitations. Maybe she's a quest giver as well. Overall, the place feels lived in, if disorganized. Not quite cluttered, but close. Milling at the front of the store is the shopkeeper, lost in a book of her own. She's tall for a human, probably close to 2 meters in height. Her physique is typical bookworm, not overweight, but you can't see any muscular definition either. A wraparound tattoo covers her upper arms and shoulders, but from where you're standing you can't quite make it out. She fidgets. Gradually her eyes rise from her book and lock onto you. Welcome. Don't believe I've seen you before. She sets down her book and sweeps a strand of black and pink hair behind her ear. Name's Crafty. Queen Bee, nice to meet you. She shakes your hand. Her grip is surprisingly firm. So, Queen Bee, what can I do for you? I've got spells, alchemical reagents, foci, whatever you want, really. Might have to do some digging to find it, but if it's magical, it's around here somewhere. Say, Crafty, have you had any vivid dreams lately? Her face is unreadable. Her eyes lock onto yours. As a matter of fact, I have, Queen Bee. But we all get the occasional vivid dream, nothing special there. Gesture to the books on the tabletop. Really? Then why are you reading up on them? She flicks her wrist dismissively. Sure, it's a little weird that we're having them, but these types of dreams are common in the walled city. Nothing to get worked up about, probably. Strange, I met someone the other day who said that too. Is she not allowed to know about dreams, Queen Bee? I mean, it does seem a little suspicious that we're having weird dreams and then suddenly she's like researching them, so. She nods. Anyone who's familiar with the walled city would know that, but most people don't go out of their way to find out. My mother devoted her life to researching the walled city and the magical phenomenon within it. So I grew up with stories about the city, the recurrent creepy dreams being one of them. So they're common then. She nods, common as the cold. My mother devoted her life to researching the walled city and magical... Didn't you just say that? So I grew up with stories about the city. Yep. So... yeah, she just repeats that again. I've never been inside the walled city myself, but Mom went in pretty regularly and experienced the dreams. Your mom sounds like an interesting person. The sides of her mouth dip in a shallow frown. Sure, she was interesting, but not praiseworthy. Also, she's drunk? She's drunk? How do we know she's drunk? She doesn't seem drunk. What else do you know about the walled city? Very little. Just that my mother spent most of her time in there and she shifts weight, leans on to the counter. Well, it messed her up. Is there something specific you want to know about? Oh, that's why she was repeating herself? I gotcha. I didn't pick up on the joke. I want to know about the people who live there. Walled city residents tend to fall into two groups. Those who are threats and those who are threatened. You're either hunting or hiding. Life is harsh. Most people never get out. Now, there's a whole library here that just so happens to be the foremost location for the walled city text. I'm sure you can fill in the blanks. Tell me about yourself, Crafty. She raises a shoulder in a half shrug. Not sure where to start. What do you want to know? What do you do when you're not at work? I've been pretty crunched here at the shop, so I don't have a lot of time outside of work. But when I'm off the clock, I like to read and paint. Maybe kick back and enjoy a meal with my friends. My buddy Gobbet sometimes stops by with food. No drag racing or anything. Pretty boring. You said you paint? Just for fun. I don't make any money off of it or anything like that. I just find it relaxing. She pats her arms. Designed my tattoos, but that's about the extent that I take it beyond the canvas. Mind if I see the tattoo? I can't quite make it out from here. Yeah, sure. She turns her back to you, and you can see the tattoo in all its glory. It looks like an impressionist rendition of a school of salmon jumping upstream. The artistry of the piece is undeniable. That's amazing. Really professional quality work. An embarrassed smile creeps onto her features. She scratches her shoulder. You are being way too generous, but I'll take it. Thanks. What do you like to read? Crafty claps her hands together, and a slow smile spreads across her face. Aside from the usual, I love sitting down each morning with a tall cup of soy calf, and with the latest news stream on hand, I pop it right open to the obituaries. Makes for great reading. Interesting, Crafty. You like to read obits, huh? Okay. Okay, she's teasing. Good. I like her. She smiles at you for a moment before speaking. Kidding. Well, for all you know. I tend to stray towards detective novels, maybe some suspense and horror, and when I'm not reading for leisure, I study my textbooks to keep my magic sharp. I know a gobbet. I wonder if they're the same person. You know a lot of gobbets. Her teasing revolves itself in a gentle smirk. I'm sure they're one and the same. She's a good person. We're not real close, but we have a pleasant relationship, chatting over French fries, discussing our latest reads, you know, shallow things. How do you know her? She and Isabel got me out of a tough spot. Good. Keep her by your side. Gobbet's pretty fluent in the ways of the city and the people who live here. She knows her stuff. If you stick with her, you'll find yourself in a lot less trouble than you would otherwise. Sounds fun, but I'd like to ask you something on a more serious note. Sure, what's on your mind? I mean, I know this, and this is none of my business, so... I've been thinking about those dreams. Can I ask you something? She nods. Go ahead. Why do you think they're affecting people outside the walled city? It's definitely strange. Until now, I always thought the dreams were nonsense, that my mother just had night terrors because of her madness. She props her chin up with her right hand. But now it's really happening. And not just to me, to others around Hioi. The same psychic forces that drove Mom insane are edging into our subconscious. Lately, I've been wondering if there might have been something to her ravings, maybe. I've been skeptical for so long, it feels almost blasphemous to consider it. Maybe the walled city's curse is real. She rubs her hand down her face, obviously frustrated. I just don't know. Mom's just cray. I'm sure it's fine. Wait, no, this is bad. It's the opposite of fine. Of all the people here, you have the greatest advantage when it comes to investigating these dreams. That's true, but my mother's notes are scattered all over the shop. Most of her research is scrawled in the margins of books that you see on the shelves and piles and stacks all over. The clues we need to figure this out could be in any one of these volumes, and there are thousands of them. I have a bad feeling about these dreams. Crafty, if there's anything we can do to get to the bottom of them, we need to take that opportunity. She sighs, straightens up. Yeah, I know what I have to do. It's just, damn, look at them all. She tiredly looks down at all the books she was reading, or at the book she was reading earlier. I guess I won't be finishing this one anytime soon. All right, Queen Bee, I'm going to get started now, but it'll take time. The House of Five Phases is jammed from floor to ceiling with books, and any one of them could hold valuable information. Check in once in a while, and I'll share my findings with you. You're doing the right thing. I'll do what I can, too. Thanks, I appreciate that. Thanks, Crafty. See you around. Cool. So now we got Crafty looking into the creepy dreams. I guess let's see if there's anyone else we can talk to. I don't really know if we'll have time to start another job before we end this stream, unfortunately. I mean, probably have time to start it, but then we'll have to like stop it halfway through. But maybe that's fine. I do want to finish exploring the city, though. Ooh, who are you? Maximum Law. Oh my goodness, what a name. Don't mess with the law. Overhead, a gigantic hollow sign shines like a searchlight, screaming its message through the dim light. Oh, this guy? She's not as memorable as Algernon. It hums and flickers, sputtering like an old engine. Fierce electrical crackles sporadically burst out of the sign's emitter, stabbing your eyes and filling your ears with static. Oof. Under the baleful glare of the sign, the rusty mini barge's deck is stacked with electronics. Oh, so he's the decker guy. Okay. Dilapidated stereos share space with crisply boxed servers. Ranks of discs and memory chips fill display cases padlocked under plexiglass. A short human in his late 20s stands in the middle, hands on his hips, talking loudly into the air. Bulky virtual reality goggles cover his eyes. A data jack cable runs from his temple down his stained t-shirt to a belt load of clearly home-built computer hardware. His voice is shrill and clipped. No, I'm telling you! His voice is shrill, clipped. Nobody uses the KM3s! Like, nobody! They're shit! I don't care what Dang says. If Shiawase SRP uses KM3s, they're stupid! Hey, flesh is rolling up, I gotta go. He turns to face you, goggles blank and enigmatic, blinking with tiny lights and wrapped in duct tape, and he points to your PDA. I ripped that PDA. You work for Kindly. His lips work impatiently. Yo, what do you want? Who are you? Servo's whine as two lenses on his goggles zoom in on you. Who am I? You're new here. I get it. You don't know about me yet, but you will. I'm one of the guys that keeps this neighborhood running. This is Law's Technology Palace, satellite territory of Wampoa. You step on the boat, you're in a sovereign state. I represent Wampoa here. I'm Maximum Law. Jeez, this guy. He draws himself up proudly, setting his hands on his hips. The Maximum Law, yo! You got a tech problem? Boom! I solve it. You need software? Boom! Done! But don't waste my time. So you got any business in Wampoa right now? If not, keep moving. He's very much a lot. Found this while poking around the walled city. Is it worth anything? He scans the chip's casing with a handheld optical reader. Yo! The shit is banned! Lift off some Yellow Lotus? They traffic this stuff. Delimited sim chips, full sensory experiences. You looking for a buyer? I can make it happen. How's 120 million sound? Yeah, I don't need it. Well, yeah, I'll sample it first, but these Cal Hots can send you for a trip. Don't worry, I can handle my sieves. Alright, whatever. I don't care about you at all, so show me your tech. Well, I could get a cheap deck, but I don't necessarily need it if I'm gonna have a decker. So I don't think I'm worried about it. See you later, Law. I'm done with you. Yeah, whatever. Gave him the Sims. He'll be back in maybe 3 years. I don't need him. It's fine. Yeah, I know he's not a rigger. He's decker. However, I was thinking about maybe grabbing some, some light decking equipment. So I could do like some, general purpose hacking. That's the vibe I got from Maximum Law. Also, he can give you a little info about one of your upcoming missions. Okay, well, maybe we'll talk to him next time when I feel like it. Because generally my vibe is I don't really want to talk to him. He's just a lot, and doing his voice is like, nah, no thanks. Hey, Freddy! Like most troll bouncers, this man is knotted with muscles, but absent are the myriad scars that come with age or indiscretion. His only blemishes are the bony skin growths common to his kind, and a single deep scar across his neck and collarbone. I don't remember what his voice was. I think it was just like low. Watch yourself in here, or else we'll check your aerodynamics. How do you mean? Anyone causes trouble, I see how far I can throw them. No fighting, no killing, no sex trade. He lifts an arm, flexing. His muscles jump out like a mass of serpents and steel cabling. His arm is easily as thick as most humans' waists. I don't mess around. He's just a babby troll, even so. Alrighty, bye. I'll be good, don't worry about me. I want to dance. Henry Ka Phi. There's only one way to describe the troll haunting the back of Club 88. Weathered. It is as if the man had been carved from granite and then battered by a crash of waves and salty winds for the course of decades. Welcome to Club 88. No killing, no fighting, no sex trade. I can respect that from Queen Bee. I'm Henry Ka Phi. I suppose I own this place. If you're looking for guns, you speak to my wife, and if you're looking for pharma, speak to my son Callum, and if you're looking for trouble, you'll be seeing my son Frederick, briefly. And what would I speak to you about? Nothing, I just steer the ship. Why do I have to say what ship when it's obviously a metaphor? There's always a ship. I'll leave you be, whatever. Better groomed than most of his kind, the young troll nonetheless ruins the effort with his own blatant drunkenness. His eyes are red and his expression foggy, but otherwise appears to be high functioning. Have a drink, friend! Have two and then maybe something to chase it, eh? You alright? Couldn't be better. I'm a prince! A Club 88! Chosen, you might say. So you're part of the family that owns this place. You are on several floating and man-built islands. It might literally be a ship, I guess. But I guess it's like, it also could be metaphorical when he's like, I steer this ship. Like, okay, you're the guy in charge. I get it. I don't know why I have to ask. You are a shrewd one, friend. I am the heir apparent in my birthright to battle cams to every sniffer that passes through our gates. What do you say? Need something to pick you up or bring you down? Gonna try and nap out of this brain fog? Okay, have a good nap, drummer boy. Alright. I don't think I care about chems. In fact, I'm tempted to sell the one I picked up. I mean, I guess some Toko could be useful for, well, we don't really have anyone using strength at the moment. But you know what? I might just hold on to it for now. Because it's only 37 new yen. I don't really need it. So let's just exit. The older troll woman has a striking Amazonian quality. When she was younger, she must have really turned heads. Can I help you? Are you in charge here? And don't you forget it. This is my family's place. Me, my husband, and our two boys. Now, do you have business with me? I have no time for window shoppers. What do you have for sale? Firearms from all over the world, from Ares, Walther, and everything in between. You in the market? Yeah, I'll take a look. All right. Oh, interesting. I was looking at the Ruger 100S, and it looks like it does a lot of damage, but it has to be reloaded like way more often. That might be worth it though. Could also just get a grenade launcher. Hmm. I like the idea of doing a lot of damage. That's the two kind of rifles, lots of bullets or lots of damage. I like the idea of doing lots of damage, especially... Oh, you can do burst fire on ARs though? Hmm. Where does it say if it's an AR or not? I don't see anything about that with rifles. Let me look at what I'm currently using. So I'm using an AK-97. Any rifle that... So basically, any of the lower damage rifles. I kind of want that sniper though. So then the question is, do I want to get a Semipal with a smart link or get the Ruger? I don't know. I'm torn. Because I'm not that good with rifles, so having a smart link would help me hit more. Because there's no point in getting a sniper rifle if I'm going to miss all the time. But I also kind of want to save my money for drones. I'm not going to buy anything, honestly. I think I'm going to try to save up for a better drone. Come back anytime. Anything else you need? Nope, I'm just going to leave for now. I'll talk to you later. Oh, let's use the intercom. A massive steel security door is set into a bunker-like concrete wall. There's no sign or identification of what this place is. Sniper rifle does help with your limited movement. Since you have less actions, it might be an eventuality to purchase either way. That's what I'm thinking. But I want to just like look at what everything is happening and like get an idea of like what the next job is. But yeah, with limited movement, a sniper feels like it's a good choice. It's too bad it's not a smart like sniper though. Help once you got some more cyberware as well. It's so weird playing a non-magical character because I actually get to like look at cyberware and stuff too. A battered intercom is encased in a cage of welded steel and armored glass. Grainy letters are barely readable on the screen. Chrome Alley. Medical... Oh, it's the dock! Medical services and mechanical repair. Premises protected by deadly weapons and infectious diseases. Yep. There's a crackle of static and then a brusque voice answers. What do you want? The voice is Cantonese and it's precise, but the accent sounds American. Is this a medical clinic? No, it's a chicken factory. What do you want? I'm looking for a medical clinic. Yeah, that's me. But listen, lady, I don't know you, and I don't like people I don't know. Who sent you? I'm friends with Isabel and Gobbet.
Yeah, those two drank some real prizes out of the river. You get Nightjar to vouch for you, and I'll consider giving you the time of day. Got it? He dead, though. Hey, Golden. I don't know what voice to give this person yet, because they don't have a portrait, so I'm just gonna carry on, and then once we see them, we'll give them a fitting voice. Crying shame if that's true. Saw that one coming. So you just washed up with Isabel and Gobbet, huh? You know what this tells me? You're here today and you'll be gone tomorrow. I'll keep my distance. Kindly will vouch for me. Yeah? You just idle your engine there for a minute and I'll check on that. There's a long silence on the intercom. You'll likely find a good one when you see him. I'm sure I will. The door gives several heavy metallic clicks. There's a dull rumble, like heavy bolts sliding back. A green light flashes on the terminal. The door appears to be unlocked. You can enter the clinic. Woohoo! 10-Armed Ambrose. What a name. The clinic looks like it just hosted a party. Spindly mechanical arms swing from unobtrusive wall mounts, pulling down crepe paper ribbons and scooping food platters and empty beer bottles into biohazard bags. A severely crippled Caucasian man sits in a wheelchair amidst the maelstrom of mess and robotics. He's in his 40s, thick beard, tungsten earrings, beer belly, one cyber eye. Both of his legs are missing, one at the hip, the other at the knee. He has only one arm, and only 3 fingers remain on his surviving hand. His face and arm show the scars of reconstructive surgery. He grins widely at you, regarding you with bloodshot eyes. He's clearly hungover. Oh my. Okay, let me think. I know what voice to give him, it's just hard to do. Let's get into some invasive cyber surgery. Hooray! On the one hand, I kind of want to make him Russian. On the other hand, we already know there's going to be a Russian guy back on the boat. So...
Hey! I'm Ambrose!
He shouts cheerfully in English, his words piling together in a loose Midwestern accent.
They call me 10-Arms! Welcome to the COG! Fellow Eucassian!
He's American after all? That means nothing. He chuckles, his chest shaking with mirth.
A Waldo Arms...
Oh, that's not him talking. A Waldo arm springs to life and swings over to him. Its menacing metal pincer momentarily sets a cigarette between his lips, just long enough for him to inhale from it. That was not the voice I expected to come from Mustaine ever. It's the only thing that seemed like it would fit.
Kindly says you're all right. What can I do for you?
Your front door could stop a bulldozer. Why so fortified?
Are you kidding? Do you have any idea how much all the stuff in here is worth?
I can't talk to him too much. He's gonna wreck my voice. What Saint meant to say is he's American after all, so add some howdy y'alls and Photoshop a cowboy hat on top. I just hydrated, but I'll hydrate again.
This is a high capital operation, and life's dangerous for a guy missing most of his members, tooling up smugglers and criminals. And let me tell you what, though. Someone busts in here, they're gonna be in for a world of hurt.
Ambrose chuckles evilly.
There's a lot more than pipes and wires up at the false ceiling, and I've got Kylie's crew and the Club 88 boys on the panic button. They know which side of their bread this is chromed on.
What, you think you're trying to knock me over?
He laughs uproariously, but it's not clear if he's kidding. The gravel's gonna hurt if not. I think, you know what, just show me your services. Sure thing, tune up or spare parts. Cyberware. Alright, what do I currently have? I have a data jack. Okay, let's look at our options. We got money, and I don't give a shit about my essence because I'm not a mage. I am gonna have to limit my interactions with this boy. I used to care about essence a lot because I usually, when I play Shadowrun, I play spellcasters. So essence is important. Basically, I would get like no cyberware. However, I will. Don't worry, Safeguard. Don't I already have a data jack though? I already have a data jack. My official stance is hack essence. I want to be a robot. Never play magical characters in Shadowrun. I don't know why it appeals to me because it's very much not like cyberpunk. But I'm kind of into it. Oh, I just mean you start with one. Okay, I see. So we could get skill wares for +1 dodge. We could get hand razors to stab people with our fingers. We could get a cyber spur. Passive throwing weapons. +1 quickness and ranged combat. I would need cyberware affinity for that, but I do have karma to spare. Ooh. Bone lacing for passive +1 body. I guess getting cyber eyes would make sense if I needed my head slot for something else. Could get extra HP with a cyber arm. +3 to hit could be good. +1 armor. Honestly, nothing's really appealing to me at the moment. Bye. I can't use your voice anymore. It hurts. Oh, wait, there's stuff to look at. This electro furnace room has been built out as a medical clinic and a machine shop. The air is alive with the rumble of furnaces and the hum of cooling fans. It is sweltering. The front area is more like a homey coffee house than a clinic lobby. Comfortable old furniture, used digipads, coloring books. The wall opposite of the boilers is cluttered with a mixture of photos and prints. Local artist work, images of military vehicles, off-road racing, Rube Goldberg machines, personal photos, old-time Chicago gangsters, the Desert Wars Motorized Combat Division. Inspect the personal photos. The pictures are mostly of Hioi residents, holidays, and parties. 10-armed Ambrose is in many of them. The vast scope of the photos suggests that Ambrose must be acquainted with almost everyone in Hioi. Let's glance around the clinic space. The work area looks more like a machine shop than a medical theater. A roboticized operating table and a hydraulic lift supporting a partly disassembled V8 engine occupy the places of equal importance against the north and south walls. Prosthetic limbs are racked overhead like machine parts. A heavy lift hoist is clamped to an L-beam. An impressive home-built computer sits against the far wall. Several bulkier towers sit under the desk, fans whirring. It looks more like a Sysum and Decker server station than a doctor's terminal. The floors are scuffed concrete stained with grease and old blood. The faint odors of ammonia, gasoline, and antiseptic mingle in the air. A large sign on the back wall reads, "Sanitary space, no spitting." Alright. There'll be more options later. Yep, probably. May as well wait until I have money and motivation. Oh, I did want to check. So we're going to check this and then we're going to pop into the ship and meet Mr. Russian boy and stuff. Ooh, I do have a lot more karma though. I wanted to see if I have the I do need this for more drones. Okay. I'll figure out what I want to level up with next time. Oh, there's a dude up here. We're going to talk to you and then we're going to meet Mr. Russian boy. Spider Shen, who are you? Despite the wind and rain pelting Hioi, the proprietor of the stall, a monk judging by their outfit, is unconcerned. The monk's expression is indifferent, though hardly placid or serene. Muscles show as tightly wound metal bands beneath the skin, ready to snap in any direction without warning. What's more, the monk's robes are anything but ordinary. Certainly silk make up the base outfit, but it's paired with high-impact ballistic armor, heavy-duty boots, and a bandolier of throwing knives. Oh, so he's our melee merchant, I guess. The table in front of you is arrayed with a wide variety of melee weapons, charms, jade pendants, and other mystical accoutrements. Beneath an awning in the rear are rows upon rows of cages, each housing some variety of exotic reptile or insect. These in turn are flanked by jars and bottles of Chinese herbs, incense, powders, and inks. And key casting. The monk spares you only the shortest of glances as you approach. I'm not familiar with key casting. I am Monk Shen. Most people in Hioi call me Spider Shen. On account of the spiders back there, you're not local. Not by a long shot. It's definitely a statement, not a question. Yeah, what about it? Shen shrugs and swings an open palm across the table in front of you. So you probably have more reason to buy something than my neighbors. And I'm here to sell, so that's good. Swords, knives, clubs, I sell it all. I make most of these, but if I can't, I've got friends who can. If you need incense or salves for meditation, I make and sell those too. And if your joints ache, I can give you acupuncture. Physical version of being an adept sells buffs and stuff. I see. Shen places both palms on the table, leaning over it towards you with a wicked grin. So, what can I show you? That's all for now. I don't really do melee. That's what drones are for. Ooh, there's a hatch and a mission computer. Let's go down the hatch. Hello. It's oppressively hot down here, and the air is full of synthetic odors that grab you by the sinuses and refuse to let go. You can smell engine grease and melting plastic, ionized air, and lead solder. A quick scan of the room tells you why. The downstairs tenant has converted this space into a machine shop. Metal fabrication tools and Duraplast extruders line the walls, and a pair of heavy industrial manipulators hang from the ceiling. A man in a black trench coat stands with his back to you, staring at a monitor mounted above a sturdy workbench. He addresses you without turning. And he's the Russian guy, right? I was wondering when I would meet a new neighbor. His voice is pleasant, cultured, and there's more than a hint of a Russian accent there. Not at all buried under layers of nuance, but there's also nuance. Please stay where you are. I will be with you in just a moment.
And unless you fancy an unplanned trip to Chrome Alley, do not touch anything. There are all manner of tools in here that could take your hand clean off. I know how to handle myself in a shop, I'll be fine. Perhaps I should mention that I also have a heavily militarized semi-autonomous drone prowling the shop, so please keep your hands to yourself. As I said, it won't be a moment. I'm going to examine the robotic arms mounted to the ceiling. You focus on the enormous manipulator arms that you saw earlier. They're bulky industrial things, dented from years of heavy use. Each arm has been fitted with at least a dozen different welders, soldering guns, extruders, and metal fabrication tools. You've seen machinery like this in factories before, but they look terribly out of place in the bolt hole's cramped engine room. Very good. Yes, that is coming along nicely. Very nicely indeed. He turns towards you, smiling, and for the first time you can see his face. He has broadly handsome Slavic features and a chiseled jaw. His eyes are like flecks of ice. So sorry to have kept you waiting, Ms. Queen Bee. It's no problem, don't worry about it. You are too kind. Now tell me, what can I do for... His voice trails off as a flash of motion catches his eye. With alarming speed, a sinister-looking drone scuttles out from under his work table. Its movements are surprisingly agile and fluid. I want it. The machine rears back menacingly, spreading its forelegs in a clear sign of aggression. The man's smile tilts and his tone goes apologetic. Please don't mind the drone. He can be territorial. But so long as you remain civil, he will not bite. He extends a hand. Simultaneously, the drone relaxes into a neutral position, lowering its killing legs. Rector. My mechanical counterpart here is called... Koshi. Why does he get to name his drones and I don't get to name my drones? It's not fair. Shake his hand. A pleasure. His hand is rough and abnormally warm to the touch. He shakes your hand with a good, solid grip. I am very pleased to meet you, my friend. On a community such as Yoi, it is important to be on good terms with one's neighbors. Agreed. Speaking of which, I'd like to ask you some questions if you have time. He glances at the bracer on his forearm. A technical display winks to life, then gutters out. Very well. This morning's casting should be cooling for a few minutes yet. That's time enough to talk. Cliche is an interesting name for a drone. Yes, I suppose that it is. Not many riggers would name their most prized possession after a villain in some fairy tale. Not my heritage, I suppose. Yes, I know the story you're talking about. His smile widens. Oh, how marvelous! I am not to meet anyone versed in the Russian classics here in Hoi. I've studied. If memory serves, Cliche, the Deathless, was an immortal villain and a kidnapper of women. He nods. Indeed, he was those things, but it was not Cliche's misdeeds that drew me to the name. I suppose it was the notion of immortality, the cleverness that resonated with me. There was something to be learned from that, I was sure. And so, when it came time to name my beloved creation, this was the first name that came to mind. And is your drone deathless like its namesake? In a manner of speaking, I suppose that he is. I have redundant copies of every piece of his architecture, and his core programming is stored on disk in a secret location. Should he ever suffer critical damage, I can easily bring him back. I had a plan once to automate the self-repair process. I must confess it was really quite ingenious, but alas, my research was lost. One day I will reclaim it, and Koji will become as deathless as the stories claim. But it will not be today. Are you Russian? I think I caught a hint of an accent there. He nods. You have a good ear. I am impressed. I would not expect anyone to know my heritage from this accent because it is very thick but also very terrible accent. Anyway, yes, I grew up in Nizhny Novgorod, went to school there, studied my career there, in the industrial sector. Fairly common story, I'm sure. But I have also traveled a great deal, and in so doing I've absorbed so many other language and dialects that you definitely cannot tell where I am from by how am I speaking, you know. Well, yeah, you, how many other languages do you speak? Counting Russian and Cantonese? 15! He shrugs apologetically. It shames me to admit that I am only literate in 12, however. You went from lightly to aggressively Russian for him real quick. You know, it'll, you know, when you talk about his homeland, he remembers the old accent and just leans into it. Still impressive. Perhaps when compared to the common man. But I have known a great many polyglots who can and do put me to shame. He gives you another half shrug, and Koshi mirrors the gesture. Arabic has been a particular bugbear of mine. The unfamiliar characters and lack of vowels make it damn tricky to get a handle on. But I suppose that all men have their limits. You said this morning's casting. What did you mean? Exactly what I said. A casting that I made of a new locomotive assembly for Koshi. He gestures at the display above the work table. A biomimetic design, as you can see. This one is inspired by the walking legs of a decapod crustacean. A mangrove crab, to be specific. This is the word. That is the word I mean to say. That's fascinating. Will this new leg assembly make your drone more effective? That remains to be seen, but there is more to life than combat effectiveness, is there not? By fabricating new components for Koshi, I unlock options, different ways of being. Even the failures, there have been so many, have value in this context. How did you learn to do all this? More training and experience than I care to mention. He offers you a wry smile. Drone architecture was once my profession, you see. Now it is more of a calling, one I am free to pursue now that I've freed myself from the shackles of the corporate servitude. You say that you used to work for a corp. Whose payroll were you on? He sighs. That is something of a sore subject. My departure was involuntary, you see. I did not part ways with my employer under the best of terms. I will tell you that I worked for Grisham Aviacor, but you'll forgive me if I don't want to go into detail. We've got some interesting machinery here. Not the kind that you typically see outside of corporate settings. He smiles. The same could be said of many an hioi, I am sure. This is smuggler's den, is it not? Our entire economy is based on people having things that they should not. Is there a particular device that interests you out of curiosity? The robotic arms that you've got over there, they look like something taken from an automotive assembly plant. His smile flashes brilliantly in the light. Good guess! That is precisely what they are! They fell off a boat, you might say. They weren't cheap, but I acquired them and had them mounted on the walls of my shop. I simply had to have them. In return on investment, it's been dramatic. Yes, they're cruder, by far, than the Waldo devices that I use in my professional life, but they still do the job and they are mine. He gazes lovingly at the industrial arms, still smiling. They have increased my fabrication capabilities nearly tenfold, and that to me is worth any price. Keeping all this machinery running can't be cheap. How can you afford it? Freelance! At the risk of sounding immodest, I've commodified myself rather well. There are always corporations in need of design consultations. You'll be surprised how lucrative such work can be, and there is always other work I can turn to in a pinch. You said that you do other work besides consulting. Care to tell me what kind? He pauses, and for a second something flashes in his eye. Koshi lowers his body into a crouch. a rather personal question, wouldn't you say?
Sorry, I didn't mean to pry.
No, it's all right. After all, it was my throwaway comment that led you down this path, and I cannot fault you for following it. Truth be told, I don't feel especially comfortable discussing my side work with relative strangers. Suffice it to say that my freelance activities often fall on the illicit end of the spectrum.
It's okay. I'll drop the subject. Maybe we can come back to it later.
Perhaps. He glances at the display on his bracer again. Now, will there be anything else?
Nope, I'm gonna leave you alone.
Very well. Come back anytime. It's pleasant to have someone to talk to.
Alright, I'm going snooping. Oops. Oh. What is that? Open door? I must have hit the wrong button or something. Snooping in your room. There's nothing here. Okay. Before we end the stream, I'm gonna see if I can talk to anybody. If they'll actually give me any information or if they're just gonna blow me off like they did last night. Lou's cabin appears to be the only clean spot in the bolt hole. His equipment is neatly laid out on his bedding, grouped by type and arranged just so. If it's not obvious, which it is from the fact that you were an academic rigger, that's one of the redacted names. Oh, it's tons, so you might want to save it. Well, I've already started talking to him, so yeah, maybe we'll make friends next time. He's currently in the process of cleaning his weapon with meticulous care. Yeah, I don't think I can exit out of this. So, we'll do this one conversation and then we'll we'll end the stream. Well, that's that, I guess. We'll run as now. Sorry, your voice is weird, Duncan. It's my fault. Yep. Think it's time to catch up? Could be. Stops for a moment, stares at his weapon in his hand. That's why I'm maintaining my equipment. Helps me focus my brain. Work through stuff. He sighs, lowers the rifle. Now's as good a time as any, I guess. Where you want to start? Let's talk later. Doesn't look like I'm going anywhere. Alright, we'll do that another time. And by another time, I mean next time. Next time, we'll figure out how we want to level up. And we'll figure out if we want to buy anything. And we'll talk to everybody and make all the friends. And it'll be great. Yeah, that was fun. I'm enjoying that. We'll come back to that in a week. Which brings us to this part of the stream where I say goodnight. So, thank you all so much for being here and hanging out and watching. Let's roll credits. Special thanks to Sock for the bits. I appreciate them. Kelsa, thank you for lurking and hanging out and being on the mod team. Starrybot, thank you for being my bot. We got some new followers today. Nubasaur, thank you so much for following. Cyber Addict, thank you also for following. And then also Nubasaur, thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate it. Rockter and Koshe can be one of your party members. I meant, yeah, I did figure that out. With the, you're a Shadowrunner, aren't you popping up? Yeah. Can't wait to see the next part. Awesome. It'll be in a week. speaking of which, let's, I guess, talk about the schedule for the rest of the week and moving into next week. So tomorrow I'm going to be over on Snow's channel first. We are playing in a Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition campaign, Tomb of Annihilation. Oh, he's a little less hidden than the rest. I didn't realize that they were hidden. I'm like, this guy's super obviously going to join our team. Anyway, so if you like Dungeons & Dragons and you want to come hang out for that, that'll be tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern until around 4. At 4:30, we're going to be back here. I'm either going to be doing City Skylines or I'm going to change it up and play something else. I haven't decided yet. So I'll let y'all know. On Saturday, I'm going to be over on Kelsey's channel, so I'm going to give her a shout out. We're going to be continuing Republic City by Night. It is a Forged in the Dark game that takes place in the Legend of Korra universe, which is very fun. So y'all can come hang out for that on Saturday if you want. I'm going to be off Sunday and Monday, but we'll see if the prince makes their return. For those of you who don't know, our city in City Skylines is called Prince of Denmark because of Hamlet jokes. I'm going to be off Sunday and Monday, but we will be back on Tuesday. Last Tuesday we played Quadrilateral Cowboy and finished it, so I have to find something new to play. I need to decide what I want to do yet. So I'll figure that out as well. Wednesday will be another art stream, and then Thursday will be more Shadowrun Hong Kong. So if you're just here for Shadowrun, that'll be in a week's time. Let's do some links, and then I'm gonna go get some dinner. And then after today, after today's stream, we're not doing a raid probably, but I will be hosting Party Wipe games when they go live, because a bunch of people who are friends of the channel are playing in Bloody Pearls, which is a Zweihander game. That Sync card is running, so y'all should go give them love and support. Anyway, links. If you're new here, consider joining the Discord. The Discord is the best place to keep posted on stream news, like schedule changes, if I'm going to be playing a different game than I was originally planning, if I have to cancel a stream, and more. So if you will those Zweihanders, yes. If you'd like to check out my art, I have a Patreon for that. Patrons get special rewards, so consider becoming a patron if you'd like. If not, you can still see almost all of my art there publicly available. If you're looking for art prints or merch, I have a store. And then last but not least, I am a humble partner, so if you're looking for another way to support the stream, use that affiliate link whenever you're shopping in the Humble store. And with that, I'm going to leave you all with some music. I am going to run a couple of ads and I'm going to get some dinner. So thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. I hope you all have an excellent night, and we'll be back tomorrow. So I hope I will see you all then.